Welcome to this project course. In this, we are going to create 15 React projects. If you are a beginner and if you want to practice React, then this course is definitely for you. And in each and every project, you will be finding something new, and these projects will help you in your React journey. Complete source code link is available in the description. Let us see the project demo, what we are going to create in this course. Here I am having multi-step form. Inside this I am having container. I am having input field and next button. Here I will give my name Hanam. Click on next button. I will come to another section. Here I am having next and back button. I will give email hanam@gmail.com. Click on next. I will come to another section. Here I will be giving address. I will click on next. Now here if I click on back button, I will be redirected to previous sections. Again I will click on next. Here country I will give India. Here I am having back button and submit button. As soon as I click on submit button, form is submitted successfully and whatever data I have entered inside the input field, I am able to access the data and I am able to display the data inside this section. Then next, I am having this image gallery where some images are displayed. And inside this select field, I have given all. As soon as I click on this drop down, I am having three more options. I will click on nature, only nature images will be displayed. I will click on animals, only animal images will be displayed. I will click on flower, only flower images will be displayed. So using this concept, when you're building your e-commerce project, if you want to filter some data based on these categories, you can easily build once you have understanding how to create this project. Then next, here I am having product display and I have fetched all the data from API. Here I am having search field. Inside this, I will write chain. In whichever product I am having this keyword, only that product will be displayed. Here I will write men. In whichever product I am having men, that product will be displayed. Here I will write steel, only that product will be displayed. And if the product is not displayed, then I will have no products available. So this concept also you can easily use in your e-commerce projects. Then next we are going to create this simple authentication system. Here I will enter username Hanam. I will give some random password. I will click on login. I will have invalid credentials. I will click OK. As soon as I click OK, both the input fields will be cleared. Here I will write Khanam. Now I will be giving the password as password. Click on login. I will be redirected to this section where username is displayed and below this I am having logout button. As soon as I click on logout button, again I will be redirected to this section. Next, we are going to create this countdown timer. Here I am having input field and below this I am just going to display the time. I will increase the time. Whatever time I enter, based on that time, value will be reduced by 1. You can see once it reaches 0, it is simply going to stop. Again I will give 7. You can see from 7 seconds it will be starting and once it reaches 0, it is just going to stop. Next, we are going to create this quiz. Inside this, I am having score, I am having question and here I am having all the options. And whatever questions we are going to display in this project, we are going to fetch the question and answer from API. Here I will be selecting answer. You can see I have got the correct answer and my score is increased to 1. Now I will be selecting the wrong answer. Wrong answer is displayed and after 1.5 seconds directly I will be moving to another question. Now here I will be selecting the correct answer, correct, and my score is increased to 2. Now I will give the wrong answer. You can see wrong answer is marked. And finally, once I complete all the questions, I will be redirected to this section where my score will be displayed and I will be having this restart quiz. As soon as I click on this restart quiz, again my questions will be loaded, and previously whatever question you saw, that was fetched from the API. But in that API, we cannot make multiple requests. So here I'm just going to display the mock questions which I have created. If we are having any error while fetching that API data, then simply we are just going to see how to display these mock questions in a project. And this will be one of the biggest project in this entire course. Then next, I am having add task. Inside this, I am just going to enter the task. As soon as I click on this add, this task will be added along with complete and delete button. If I click on delete, task will be deleted. Again, I will add the task. If I click on complete, you can see this task is having this line and my text is changed to undo. And this entire project we are going to create using the concept of use reducer hook. And if you are not aware of use reducer, then you will be finding the course link in the description. Next, we are going to see color generator. Here I am having button. Below that I am displaying hex value. So whatever hex value I am having, based on that value, my background color will be generated. I will click on this generate color. You can see whatever hex value I am having, I am going to generate background color for that value. Then next, we are going to create this expense tracker. I will be giving the expense rent. I will give the amount as 5,000. I will click on add. Expense will be added, and here I will be having delete button. And in this total, all the amounts will be calculated. Here I will be writing bus, and for this I will give the amount as 500. I will click on add. You can see total is added and this expense is added below this first one. If I click on this successfully, I will be able to delete the expense. Then next, we are going to work on this display date. Here I am having two buttons, decrement and increment, and inside this I am having one input field. By default, I have given this date, so that is the reason I am having today is November 23, 2050. Here I am having step. I will increase the step to 2. As soon as I update something, I am having this reset button. Now I will click on this plus. This date it will be increased by 2, and here 2 will be updated. Again if I click, you can see 4 days from today. I will just increase this step. Now I am having 5. If I click, accordingly numbers will be added and I will be having this default date. If I click on this decrease, based on this step value, I can decrease the date. Again I will click. Now here I am having 1 day ago was. Now again if I click, I will be having 6 day ago was. If I click here, 1 day ago was, 4 days from today is, and by default, if I am having 0, then today's date will be displayed. And here I am having reset button. As soon as I click on reset, I will be having default values. Here I will have 1, here I will have 0, and then I will be having today is. As soon as I update this, or as soon as I update this, my reset button will be activated. Next, we are going to work on this friend list. Again, we are going to get this data from another file, but now in this project, I will be showing you how that entire data will be passed as default value in our state. And here, how many data I am having in the file, that number will be displayed here. As soon as I click on this clear all, that button will be gone, and here I have 0 friends. Again, if I refresh, as this data is available inside the state, as soon as I refresh, entire data I will get back, and again I have 4 friends. So this number is dynamic and this rendering is also dynamic. So here this number is dynamic. If I add multiple lists, then accordingly number will be changed. Next, we are going to work on this multifunctionality accordion. I will be showing you two ways of creating accordion, and also I will be showing you how to pass children prop and how to manage state in React components. So here, this is our first functionality. I will open. Now you can see, if I open the first one, I am also able to open the second component. But in second functionality, if I open first one, but as soon as I click on second one, first one will be closed. And here you can see, once the answer is displayed, here symbol is also changed. Here I am having minus. If question is displayed, then here we are having plus. And whichever component is active, above this I am having this line. You can see above this I will be having the line. So for this first functionality, I can open all the components at the same time and I can close all the components at the same time. But in this second functionality, they are dependent on each other. So if I open any one of the component, I cannot open the second component. Again, if I click on this component will be closed. Next, we are going to work on this study cards. Here, I am having some questions. This is like study cards. When I click on this, whatever answer we are having for that question, that will be displayed, and this component will be having different background color and answer will be displayed. Again, if I click on another card, this card will be closed and this card will be opened. Inside this, answer will be displayed. Again, if I click on this, answer will be closed and here I will be having question. I will click on this. You can see for each and everything, we are having some answer displayed. First, question will be displayed. As soon as we click on that, answer will be displayed with different background color. Next, we are going to work on generating random products, which will be generating random products data from API. So here, initially, I am having product title, product image, and here I am having message. You have seen two products. As soon as my application is loaded, here I will be having two, but if we are not using strict mode, then I will be having one. Below this, I am having generate random product. Click on this. You can see title is changed. I am having different product and now I have you have seen three products. Again click random product will be generated. Accordingly, title will be changed and message will be changed. You have seen four products. Again I will click. Okay, it will take some time to fetch the data, but once data is fetched, I will be having different title and different image. You can see successfully we are able to generate a random product. Next, we are going to work on this product detail project. Here I am having some products and products which are not available. Here I am having this message out of stock and that product is grayed out. And also we are going to see how to render list, how to get data from different file and how to display on UI. Now in this complete course, we are going to create 15 amazing projects. Take your time and understand each and every project so that it will help you in your React journey. Let us start with the projects. First, let us create a React app and in the same app, I will be covering all the 15 projects. Here I have created folder React 15. Right click, open with code. Whichever editor you are using, accordingly open that editor. And from here, I will close this panel. I will open terminal Ctrl J and inside this terminal, I am going to write the command npx create hyphen react hyphen app. I will give the app name as React 15. I will hit enter. It will take some time to install all the packages. So I will just fast forward this video. app is created. Now inside this, first I have to come inside this folder. Copy this and paste. Hit enter. After that, I have to start my app. Here I will write npm start. Hit enter. Now if you see, it has started our development server and it is running on port 3000. So once it is done, I will open this folder and I'm just going to clean this folder structure. Inside this public, I only want index.html. Rest all the files I'm going to delete. If you want to delete multiple files, press Ctrl, select the files and click on delete. I will come to index.html and from here I will change the title. I will give React 15 projects. Then I will come to src and inside this I will select this. I only want app.js and index.js. Rest all the files I am going to delete. I will come inside app.js. From here, I will remove this entire thing. Instead, I will write RFCE and this will be creating functional component, and inside this, I will be writing hello world. Then I will come to index.js. From here, I will remove this. I will remove index.css and also I'm just going to remove this comment. Save it, open application, and inside this we are having hello world. Successfully, we have created React app and we have cleaned folder structure. Now starting with the first project, here I am having some products and products which are not available. Here I am having this message out of stock and that product is grayed out. And also we are going to see how to render list, how to get data from different files and how to display on UI. This is the demo of our first project. I will come here, open editor. Inside src, I am going to create one folder. I will give the folder name as projects. Inside this, I will be creating another folder. I will give the folder name as project 1. Okay, in same src projects folder, I will be creating folder for all 15 projects. Inside this project source code, for this project 1, you will be having starter code and final code. From this starter code, copy these two files and then inside this project 1, I'm just going to paste both the files, that is product.js and app.css. Then again from starter code, I'm just going to copy these assets which will be holding entire images for this project. Now in my main project folder, inside this public folder, I will be pasting this assets folder. I'm not going to paste inside project 1. Directly inside public folder, I will be pasting that folder. Once entire setup is done, I will open my editor. Now inside this project 1, you can see I am having app.css which is having all the styling, and inside products.js, I am having data of products. And also inside this public, I am having asset which is holding entire images. Now in this project, in total, I am having 4 components. First, this is header. Then second, we are having footer. Third, this entire thing is nothing but product container. And each and every product is nothing but product details. So we are going to create these 4 components now. So be very careful with this project folder. I will come inside this project 1. You should be seeing this underline. Inside this project 1, I will be creating file. I will give header.js. Then I will be creating another file, footer.js. Then again, I will be creating another file, product container.js. And finally, I will be creating product details.js. Once it is done, I will come to header component. I will write RFCE. It will be creating functional component. Inside this, I will write H1, and for this, I will give the class as heading. And here, I will give the text shop your way. I will save. Come here. Now, if I refresh my project, that data, whatever I have written in header.js, it is not displayed. Why? Because inside app.js or index.js, we have not rendered this component. So what I will do, inside this project one, I will be creating one more file. I will write product.js. Here I will be writing RFCE. I will remove this div. In place of this, I will be writing my header component. Once I use this, that component is imported. Now what I will do, I will come to this src app.js, and in place of this, I'm just going to render my product. Here I will remove this. In place of this, I'm just going to write product. As soon as I hit enter, product will be imported from project1 product.js. Now if I come here, you can see successfully I'm having this shop your way. Okay, do not get confused what we have done. Inside this project one, I have created product.js, which will be rendering all the components for this project. Once I am having all the components rendered in product.js, this product.js I am rendering inside app.js. Now I will close app.js. I will come to product.js. Now here I just want to import my styling. Here I will write import, and inside app.css I have given all the stylings. So here I will write app.css. Save it. Come here. Refresh this. Now you can see successfully those stylings are applied. I will open header.js. I also want a background. So in place of this div, I will give header. Accordingly, you can change the tags. I will come here. Successfully, I am able to get entire styling for header. Now I will come to footer.js. Inside this, I will write RFCE. I will remove this entire thing. In place of this, I will write footer element. For this, I will give the class as footer content. Inside this, I will write simple paragraph. Here I will write created by my name Kaiser Khanam, and for that copyright symbol, I will write this entity, and here I will write all rights reserved. Save it. Now it is not going to display anything. Why? Because this footer we have to render inside this product. So below this I will be writing footer. Hit enter. Footer is imported. But now if you see, I am having this error. Why? Because we have to return one JSX. So this entire thing I'm just going to wrap inside this React fragment. And below this I will be pasting. Come here. Successfully my footer stylings are applied. Now I will come to product container. Inside this I will write RFCE, and from here I will remove, I will write simple H1. I will write products container. Come here. Refresh this. Nothing is displayed. Again inside this product.js I have to render this product container. That is imported. Come here. Successfully I am able to display that heading. Finally, I will come to product detail, which will be holding entire detail of project. So here I will write RFCE. Inside this, I'm just going to write article. For this article, I will give the class as product. Inside this, I will write image. Here, first I have to come out, then I have to select this assets folder. Inside this, I am having cake1.png. And inside this alt, I will simply write cake. Below this image, I want to display heading. Here I will write cream cake. Then below this, I want to display description. Here I will write deliciously. Then finally, below this, I will be giving this price. And after that, I'm just going to create one button. And inside this, I will write add to cart. Save it. Come here. Nothing is displayed. Again, I will come to product.js. And inside this, I'm just going to render this product details. Save it. Come here. Now you can see successfully I am able to display this product detail. Stylings are not applied, but successfully we are able to display this product detail. But this product detail I want inside product container. So here I will remove this product detail, and also I'm just going to remove this import. I will open this products container. Now in place of this, I'm just going to render my product detail. So first, this entire thing I will be wrapping inside main. Then entire product details I will be wrapping inside section. And for this, I will give the class as products. Inside this, I'm just going to give product details. Hit enter. Now you can see product detail is imported from product details file. Now if I show you successfully stylings are applied and my first product detail is displayed. If I render it multiple times, save it, now you can see successfully I am able to get product details. But now the problem is no matter how many times I render this product detail, I will be having same image, same text, same description and same price. I do not want this. Each and every time whenever I am rendering product details, I want different data to be displayed. Now I'll come here. So what we can do, we can pass the props. So inside this first product detail, I will just bring this down. Here I will be writing product name is equal to, here I will write creamy cake. For that, let me just close this footer. I will also close this product header. I'm just going to close all the files. I will open product details. From here, I will copy this. And inside this, I'm going to paste. This is like our custom attributes. How in image tag, we are having src and alt. These are the attributes which are available to us. But whenever we are passing props, this is like we are creating custom attributes. And if you see here, attributes will not be separated by comma or any delimiter. We are just going to separate by space. So here I will just come down. Then next I'm just going to write product image is equal to, come here, copy this entire path, and inside this I'm just going to store. Again I will come down. Here I will write product description is equal to, I will come here, I will copy this entire description, and inside this I'm going to paste. Then finally we are having product price. Product price is equal to, from here I'm just going to copy this price, and here I will be pasting. So successfully for my first product detail, I have passed the prop. Similarly, if you want to pass the prop for second and third, same way you can pass the prop and you can check the result. Now I'll come here. Again, if I refresh, I will be having same products. Why? Because the props which I have passed, I have not accepted inside this product details.js. I will come inside this. I'm just going to accept the props. I will write props. Below this, I will write log and let us see what is this prop. I will open terminal. Inside this console, you can see prop is nothing but object which is having all these properties which we have passed as a prop. Now easily, if prop is an object, we can destructure all these properties. So directly here, I will write curly braces. Then I'm just going to write product name. Whatever names we have passed here, exact same name I will be passing. Separate by comma, product image, separate by comma, then product description, separate by comma, and finally we are having product price. Okay, successfully I have destructured. Now if you want to see all the values of this, copy and in place of this props, paste the values. Come here, refresh once. Now you can see successfully I am having heading, I am having image path, I am having description and also I am having price. And 2 times it is rendered because we are using strict mode. And here we are having undefined because inside this two product details, we have not passed any detail. So that is the reason for both we are having undefined. Now I'll come here. In place of this fixed data, I will remove this part. In place of this, I will give product image, which will be having entire image path. Remove this. Here I'm just going to give product name. Remove this. Here I will be giving product description. Then finally here I will be giving product price. Save. Come here. Refresh this. Now you can see only first product detail is displayed and rest two cards we are not having any data because using props we have not passed any data for these two cards. But successfully we got our first card detail. Why we got? We got using this props. If you want, copy the same thing, paste it here. In place of this creamy cake, just write flower. Remove this. And inside this assets folder, we are having flower1.png. Here I will write flower1.png. Remove this entire thing. I will write flower. Price I will be writing 11. Save. Come here. You can see successfully using prop I am able to display different data. But again here we are having problem. Suppose imagine you want to display 15 cards. 15 times you do not have to repeat the entire code by passing the same props. Instead, what we can do, we can render list. From here, I will remove this two product details. Save it. Come here. Successfully, I am having one card container. Now inside the starter code, in starting, we have copied this products.js. Inside this, I am having array of object. And inside each object, I have passed entire product detail. We have product name, product image, product description, product price, and we are having this extra property stock. Based on this stock value, we are going to grade out our product. And inside this, I am having multiple object. And what I have done, I have exported this products data. Once I export, we can easily use this products data in other files. So I'll come to products container. First thing, this entire product details, I'm just going to wrap in JavaScript mode. How you can wrap? Select this entire thing, shift curly braces. You can see here and here I will be having this curly braces. Now this product is nothing but array. So to loop through all the data, we can use array map method. So this is my array products. As soon as I hit enter, product is imported from this products file. Dot map method, and inside this we have pass callback function. Here I will give the argument as product, and this product, each and every time when it is looping, first time it will be holding first object data, second time second object data, third time third object data. I will just open this curly braces. I will copy this entire products, cut it from here, and inside this I am going to paste. Simple enough. What I have done, from this products array, I am just looping through all the products, and that products will be stored inside this product. First time when it is looping, first object data will be stored. Second time when it is looping, second object data will be stored. So each and every time I do not have to pass this entire thing. What I can do here, I'm just going to create the prop product obj is equal to, inside this JavaScript mode, I'm just going to give product. Why? Because first time it is looping, this product will be having entire object data. So once it has entire object data, that object data will be accepted inside product details, and accordingly it is going to render that data. Now what I have to do, once I have passed, I will come inside this product details. Now here we do not have to pass this entire thing. Instead, we are just going to destructure, and we will be passing this product obj. Remove this entire thing, and here I will write log. Inside this I will write product obj. But before that, let me comment. Why? Because now we are not having access to product image, product name. I will open terminal. But now if you see here, I am not having any data in my console. And most of the time, many people will be facing this issue. Why? Because inside this product container, we are using map method and we are not returning anything. So here, we should not be using curly braces. If you want to return something, you can use curly braces. But as of now, I am not returning anything. So in place of this curly braces, I will write here parenthesis. And here, while closing, I will be writing parenthesis. Save it. Now come here, refresh this. You can see successfully I am able to get entire data, and my product obj is nothing but an object. And here, if you see, I am able to display all the buttons. How many data I have in product.js, that many times I am able to render my buttons. But now this product obj is nothing but an object, and inside that object we are having all those properties. So again, from that object we are going to destructure. Here I will write const. Then inside this I will write product name, copy. Then we are having product image, copy. Then we are having product description, order doesn't matter. Then product price is equal to product obj. So from this object, we are just destructuring all the properties. I'm just going to uncomment. Come here. Now you can see successfully we are able to get different details for each and every product. Okay, very simple. Do not get confused what we have done. Whatever detail we are having inside this product, that entire data we have passed to this product obj, and now this is nothing but an object. So whatever properties we are having inside that object, we have destructured and we have rendered in our UI. Now remember, whenever we are using map method, we should always pass one unique key. If you are not passing, then inside this terminal, we will be having this error. Each child in a list should have unique key prop. So for that, here below this, I will write key. For this, I'm just going to assign any value. You can give any unique value, but directly I'm just going to give product name. Save it. Open terminal. Now if you see, that error has gone. But now just imagine you are not having any product. If you are visiting any e-commerce website, there it will be mentioned no products available. So now using ternary operator, we are going to display that message. So for that, below this inside products container, below this function, I will create one variable const products, and initially I'm just going to assign as empty array. In this products, we are having all the array, but what I have done initially, I have just assigned this products to empty array. Now below this, I will be checking for the length. I will write product length is equal to my array name dot length. Save it. Now initially I have assigned to empty array. If I log this product length, save it, come here, inspect. Now you can see I am having 0. If I comment this, refresh once, now I am having 7. Why? Because in product.js we are having 7 products. So that is the reason length is displayed. Now assume we are not having any products. So here I have assigned empty array. Remove this console. So what I will do, this entire section I'm just going to wrap in JavaScript mode. I have given curly braces, and here I will be checking for the condition. If my product's length, if it is greater than 0, only then render this entire section. So this entire thing I'm just going to wrap inside this parenthesis. If not, here I will be writing colon. Here I will be writing paragraph. Inside this I will write products will be available soon. And for this I will give the class name. Class name I will write no products. Save. Come here. Close. Now you can see I am having this message products will be available soon. But now if I just comment this, I am having products, and whatever products I am having, entire products will be displayed. So for safer side, you should always check this. So whenever you are working in larger application, you will not be writing inside this code. If you are not having products inside this file, only then you will be having the message. Let me show you. I will remove all the products. I will keep empty array. Now you can see I will be having this message. Control Z, all the products will be available. Now finally, we have to work on this button and stock property. I will come to product details, and inside products.js, we are having one more property stock. So I'm just going to destructure that property as well. Here I will be writing stock. Now conditionally, I'm just going to render this button text. I will bring this down. And here I will be writing curly braces. I will write stock. If it is true, only then I have to display this add to cart. Else, what I have to display? I have to display out of stock. Save it. Come here. Now you can see wherever I am having stock as true, add to cart is displayed. But where I am having stock as false, out of stock is displayed. For this card and this card, out of stock is displayed. But now what I want, if my stock is false, that entire cart container should be grayed out. So for that, in CSS, I have created one class. I will write out of stock. So inside this article, directly I am passing this out of stock. But now, as soon as we see the result, all the cards will be grayed out. I do not want this. Conditionally, I want to render this class. I will remove this. I will remove this double quotes. And this entire thing, I'm just going to wrap in JavaScript mode. Then I will be giving template literal. Now inside this, I'm just going to check for the condition. I will write stock. If my stock is true, that means I'm having products available. So here, that time, I do not want to display any class. But if my stock is false, then I just want to render this class. If it is true, then do not add any class. Whatever class I have given, only add that class. If it is false, along with this class, add this class as well. Now save it. Now you can see for whichever products we are having stock as false, those products are grayed out. So successfully we have completed our first project. Let us start with the second project, which will be generating random products data from API. So here initially I am having product title, product image, and here I am having message. You have seen two products. As soon as my application is loaded, here I will be having two, but if we are not using strict mode, then I will be having one. Below this, I am having generate random product. Click on this. You can see title is changed. I am having different product and now you have seen three products. Again click, random product will be generated. Accordingly, title will be changed and message will be changed. You have seen four products. Again I will click. Okay, it will take some time to fetch the data, but once data is fetched, I will be having different title and different image. You can see successfully we are able to generate a random product. Now we are going to work on this project. Now inside this projects folder, I will be creating one folder. Here I will write project 2. From starter folder, I will copy this app.css and inside this project 2 folder, I'm just going to paste the file. So now I'm having app.css. Inside this, I will be creating one file. I will give random.js. And here I'm going to create functional component. Inside this, I will write h1. Here I will write the text as random products. Then I will come to app.js. This is our first project. I will comment. Below this, I'm just going to render this random component. Once I hit enter, component is imported. I will come here, come to my project. Successfully, I am able to get this heading. Now I will open this random.js. I will remove this entire thing. Here I will write div. For this, I will keep the class as product-container. Now what I will do, below this, I'm just going to import my styling file, app.css. And here I'm just going to write h1. I will write product title. Below this, I just want to display the image. As of now, I will not be giving any path. Here inside this alt attribute, I will be writing image. Then below that, I have to display one paragraph where my message will be displayed. You have seen one product. Then finally, below this, I will be creating button. And here I'm just going to write generate random product. Save it. Come here. Now you can see successfully I'm having product title, image, I'm having this paragraph and also I'm having this button. Now first what I will do, using JavaScript asynchronous function, I'm just going to fetch API data. And I believe you are already aware of JavaScript. So here I'm just going to write the function. Now here I'm just going to write async function. I will give the function name as getProduct. And inside this, if my products are fetched successfully, I will be writing inside try block. If I am having any error, then that error I am going to handle inside this catch block. I will write catch. Inside this, I will be passing error object. And here I will write the message failed to fetch the product. And here, whatever exact error I am having, I just want to display that error. Now inside this try block, we are just going to fetch our data. So here I will write const. I will create the variable response and then await keyword. Then I will be using this fetch function. Inside this, we have to pass our API URL. So in Google, I'm just going to search for Fake Store API. Click on this link. Scroll down. Below this, you will be having products. Click on this, and here we are having multiple products. But now I'm just going to copy this link. I will come here, and inside this, I'm just going to paste that link. Now on this result, we are going to apply our JSON method. Here I will be creating another variable, await. And after this, for my response, I'm just going to pass this JSON method. Here I will write log. Inside this, I will be passing this data. Now, when this function has to be called, whenever I click on this button, I have to generate random product. So here inside this button, I'm just going to pass this on click. And here inside this JavaScript mode, I will be passing this function name. You do not have to call this function name directly. If you call, then directly function will be called. Instead, what I want, whenever I click on this button, only then this function has to be called. So here you do not have to pass this parenthesis. I'll come here, come to my project, refresh this, open terminal. Now here, as soon as I click on this generate random product, just focus on this terminal. You can see we are having 20 products fetched from the API. So successfully, whenever I click on this button, I am able to fetch the product. But what I only want title and image, and that has to be in random order. Below this, I will be creating one variable. I will write random num is equal to, using math.random function, I am going to create random numbers. Here I will write math.random. Below this, I will log this random number, save, come here, refresh this. I will click on this button. Now you can see I am having some random number, but I do not want 0 point some random number. Whatever length I am having, I just want to multiply with this length. So here, this entire function, I'm just going to multiply with data.length. Save it. Why? Because this data is nothing but array, which is having entire array of 20 objects. So using this dot length, I will be having 20, and whatever result I am having from this math.random, I'm just multiplying with that 20. Come here, click on this. Now you can see I am having 6.7. Then again I will click. I will be having some random number. But whatever length I have given, it will be multiplied with that length. I will be having this floating point number, but I only want this integer part. So this entire thing I'm just going to wrap inside math.floor. I will write parenthesis, then I'm just going to write math.floor. Now come here, refresh once, click on this. Now you can see I am only having this random number, and this is nothing but integer part. So successfully using this, I am able to fetch the data, and using this, I am able to generate random numbers. Now below this, what I will do, I will create another variable. I will write random product is equal to, inside this data, I am having array of object, but here inside array for each and every object, I am having index number. So inside this square bracket, I'm just going to pass this random number. Using this, I will be having random index number. So based on that random index number, we are going to generate random products. Now save it. Let me log random product. Save. Come here. Refresh this. Click on this. Generate random product. Now you can see successfully random product data is fetched. Again, I will click on this. From this 20 object, one random product is displayed. First, I was having ID 10, then I am having ID 8, then ID 17, then I will be having some random product. But now what I want from this entire object, whatever we got, we only want to access title and image. So here I will be writing dot title. Below this, I only want to access image. Again save. Come here, refresh once. I will click on this button. Now you can see I am able to access title and also I am able to access this image path. Now in our console, we are able to display the result, but this data has to be displayed in our UI. So whenever we want to change something inside our UI, we are going to use state. So here above this, I'm going to create state. I will write product. Then I will be writing set product is equal to use state. As soon as I hit enter, this use state hook will be imported from React library. Initially, my products will be empty array. While data is getting fetched, my products will not be having any result. So that is the reason I have given empty array. I will copy this product and in place of this, I will remove and here I will be pasting this product. Now here, what I want to display? I just want to display product's title. I will come on top. So whenever I click on the button, I just want to update my UI. And for updating the UI, we are going to use setter function, paste, and inside this, we are going to call this random product.title. I will copy and here I am going to paste. So using this product, we are just displaying the data on our UI. And whenever we click on the button, using this setter function, we are updating our title. Once a title is updated, that data will be passed inside this product variable and that data will be displayed inside our heading. Now I'll come here, refresh once. Let me just close this terminal. Now you can see initially I am not having any product, but as soon as I click on this, my data is updated. That updated data is being passed to my state product and successfully I am able to display this title. Again I will click, I am having different title. Again I will click, I will be having different title. So using this setter function, we are updating our title and that title we are displaying in our JSX. Similarly, I will be creating another state. Below this, I will write const. Then I am going to write image. I will write set image is equal to use state. Initially, I will not be having any image. So here I will be passing null. Now inside this src, I have to pass image. From where I will be getting image? Using this setter function, I just have to update my image. Inside this entire random product.image, I will be passing. And these two consoles, I will remove. And also, I will remove this console. Save it. Come here. Refresh. Successfully, I am able to get the image and also title is displayed. Again, I will click successfully. I am able to get the result. So each and every time when you click on this button, using this, we are able to fetch random product data from API. But now what I want, how many products I have seen, that number I have to display in this paragraph. Here I will write U. For this also, I will be creating another state, const. Here I will be writing count. Then I'm just going to write set count is equal to use state. Initially, I will not be having any products. So here I will be writing 0. I will come down in place of 1. I'm just going to render this count. Now, whenever I click on the button, what I have to do? I just have to update this count value. So below this try and catch block, I will be updating this set count. Inside this, I'm just going to pass this parameter count. Each and every time, I just want to increase the value by 1. So whenever I click on the button, what I am doing? Using this setter function, I am updating my count by increasing the value by 1. I'll come. Now initially it is 0. I will click on this. Now I am having, you have seen one product. Again I will click, you have seen 2 product. Again I will click, you have seen 3 product. So successfully I am able to get the result. But here the problem is, as soon as I refresh my application, I am not having any title, any image, and also here I am having, you have seen 0 product. So what I will do, as soon as my application mounts, I just want to fetch at least 1 product data. So for that, we are going to use our use effect hook. Below this use count, I will be writing use effect. Inside this, we are going to pass 2 arguments. First will be a callback function. Second is dependency array. As of now, I will be passing empty array. As soon as my application mounts, what I just want to call this function. I will copy and inside this I'm going to paste. Come here. Now you can see, as soon as I refresh, I will be having one title. I will be having product image, but here I am having, you have seen 2 products, but by default it has to be displayed 1. Why we are having 2? Because inside index.js we are using strict mode. If I comment this, save, come here, now you can see I will be having, you have seen 1 product. Again if I click, successfully I am able to update the value. But as we are using strict mode, 2 times it is going to check for the result and it will display the value. So that is the reason initially we are having 2, but once we click, successfully value will be updated. But here if you see, for this count, we can create separate component. So what I will do, inside this project 2, I will be creating one file. I will write message.js. I will write functional component. Come here, copy this paragraph, remove it from here, and inside this I'm just going to paste. And also for this I will give a class name. And inside this random.js I'm just going to render this message component. Save. Come here, refresh this. Now I am having this error, count is not defined. Why? Because this count state is defined inside random.js. But what we are doing, we are accessing the count in message.js. So this random is nothing but parent and message is the child. So what we have to do, we have to pass the data using props. So inside this message, I will be writing count is equal to, I am passing the data using prop. Once I have the data, inside this message, I'm just going to accept this prop. Directly, I have destructured. Come here. Now, I'm having this message displayed. When I click on this, everything is working fine and we are not having any error. So using this project, we have seen most important ingredients of React. We have used useState, we have used useEffect hook, we have seen how to fetch API data, we have seen how to pass the prop from parent component to child component, how to get the prop, how to accept the prop. So in this project, we have seen almost all the important ingredients of React. Successfully, project 2 is completed. Let us start with the third project. This is the demo of a project. Here I am having some questions. This is like study cards. When I click on this, whatever answer we are having for that question, that will be displayed, and this component will be having different background color and answer will be displayed. Again, if I click on another card, this card will be closed and this card will be opened. Inside this, answer will be displayed. Again, if I click on this, answer will be closed and here I will be having question. I will click on this. You can see for each and everything we are having some answer displayed. First question will be displayed. As soon as we click on that, answer will be displayed with different background color. Now we are going to work on this project. For that, first inside this projects folder, I am going to create another folder. Here I will write project 3. Then for this project 3, inside this starter code, I am having these two files. I will copy, and inside this project 3 folder, I am just going to paste the starter files. So once it is done, inside project 3, I am having data.js, which is having question and answer. Along with that, I am having this ID. Then I am having app.css, where I have given all the styling for this project. Now inside this project 3, I will be creating one file. I will give the file name as steady.js. Here I will write RFCE. I will write H1. Here I will write steady card. Now what I have to do? I will come to app.js, come in this random second project. Then below this, I'm just going to render this steady component. Hit enter. This component will be imported from this file. Now if I come to my project, now you can see I am having this title steady card. I will close app.js. Now we are going to work on this file. Remove this entire thing. I will write div. For this, I will give the class as card grid. Inside this div container, I am having both question and answer. But if I click on the card, only then answer will be displayed. Again, if I click on the card, question has to be displayed. So here, first, inside this data.js, I am having entire array of object. So in our first project, we have seen how to render list. And this quiz question I have already exported. Now what I will do, directly I am going to import this quiz question, and using map method, I will loop through all the questions. So I'll come here. Inside this, here I am going to write JavaScript mode. Here I will write quiz questions. As soon as I hit enter, it is imported from this file. Now this is nothing but array. So here I will be using map method. And inside this, I'm just going to pass callback function, right arrow function. Then I will be using parenthesis. Now I will be passing here question. Here, let me just log this question. Now, when this array is looped using this map method, this question will be having all the objects. First time, first object data, second time, second object data, and it keeps on going. I'll come here. Now, if I open terminal, you can see successfully I am able to get this object. Now, from this object, what I only want to access the question. So here, I will remove this console. In place of this, I will be creating another div. For this div, I will give the class as card. Inside this, what I have to do, I just have to render the question. So here, I am going to write this question object. From this question object, I just want to access question. This question property is already available inside this array of object. Same property we have to pass. So this is my object. From that object, I am accessing question. Now if you see here in my UI, all the questions, whatever we are having in data.js, those are rendered. I will increase the size. You can see all the questions are rendered. Now I will be creating the state. I will write here const. Inside this, I will be passing selected ID, comma, set selected ID is equal to useState hook, and initially no answers will be displayed. So here I will be writing null. Now for each and every object I have given the ID. Initially no answers will be displayed. So here I have passed null. Now I do not want to display only question. When I click on the container, I have to display answer as well. So here what I will do, I will be checking for the condition. Inside my object, I will be having ID. If this ID, if it is equal to selected ID, then what I have to do, I have to display answer. Here I will write quest.answered. Whatever answer we are having inside this object, that answer has to be displayed. So this quiz.id is nothing but this ID. If this is equal to selected ID, then display answer or else display question. Now initially value of selected ID is null. So the condition fails, answer will not be displayed, question will be displayed. Now you can see question is displayed. But now here inside this null, I will be passing this ID, copy. Now inside this, I am going to paste. Come here, now you can see for first one, answer is displayed. Why? Because question.id is equal to this one. If it is equal, then I have to display the answer. If it is not equal, then I have to display the question. Initially, I do not want to display any answer. So by default, I will give null. But for better understanding, let me give this ID so that we can apply all the stylings. Now here below this, I'm just going to import my stylings app.css. Save it. Come here. All the stylings are displayed and for this first one, answer is displayed. If my answer is displayed, then I have to give active class. So again, I will remove this. I will remove this double quotes. In place of this, I'm just going to write curly braces. Then here I will be writing template string. Inside this, I will pass the condition. If my question.id, if it is equal to selected ID, then what I have to do, I just have to give this active class. If not, then I do not have to give any class. Whatever card class I am having, I just want to give that class. Now, active class is applied only for the first component. Why? Because this selected ID is equal to this question ID. So that is the reason we are having this active class. So when we are rendering using map method, first time it will be holding this first object data, second time second object data. So that is the reason for this first object the condition is met and we are having our answer. But now what I want, whenever I click on the container, I just want to update the ID using this setter function. So below this, I will be creating one function. I will give the function name as handle click. And inside this, I will be passing set selected ID. And here I have to pass the ID. From where I will be getting the ID? Using this question ID, I should be getting ID of that object. So here inside this function, I will be passing one parameter. This is my entire diff container, but here we are having the diff for each and every card. So whenever I click on the card, only then answer has to be displayed. So whenever I click on this diff, I have to call the function. Here I will be writing on click. Directly, I cannot call the function in this way. What I have to do? Instead, I have to pass this function as a value. Whenever I click on this diff component, only then this function has to be called. And for this function, we are going to pass our question ID. So for whichever component we are going to click, that ID will be passed and that ID will be updated inside this set selected ID. Once the ID is updated, condition will be checked. Accordingly, question or answer will be displayed. Save it. Come here. Refresh this. Initially, I do not want to give any ID here. I will give null. Save. Come here. All the questions are displayed. I will click on this. You can see successfully I am able to render the result. Why? Because now I clicked on this component. For that component, I will be having some ID. So that ID will be passed here. Using this set selected ID, ID will be updated. And only for that clicked card, this condition will be true and answer will be displayed, and for rest all question will be displayed. But now if I click on this other card, everything is working fine. But here if I click on the same card, the card is not getting closed. But in our demo, if I click on the card, you can see the card is getting closed. So for this, what I have to do here, inside this, I have to check for the condition. If my ID, if it is not equal to selected ID, then simply I have to display the ID. Else, I should not display anything. Which means whenever I am updating this, if my ID is not equal to selected ID, then only display the ID. If this condition is false, then do not display anything. Instead, display the question. Now I will click on this. I will come to my project. You can see successfully this functionality is working. Now here I have clicked. I will be having some ID. ID is equal to ID. So that is the reason I am having answered. Now here I am checking for the condition if my ID is not equal to selected ID. Here ID is equal to selected ID. As soon as I click on this, that condition fails and nothing will be displayed. So that is the reason I am having this question. Successfully, we have completed our third project. Let us start with the fourth project, multifunctionality accordion. In this project, I will be showing you two ways of creating accordion, and also I will be showing you how to pass children prop and how to manage state in React components. So here, this is our first functionality. I will open. Now you can see, if I open the first one, I am also able to open the second component. But in second functionality, if I open first one, but as soon as I click on second one, first one will be closed. And here you can see, once the answer is displayed, here symbol is also changed. Here I am having minus. If question is displayed, then here we are having plus. And whichever component is active, above this I am having this line. You can see above this I will be having the line. So for this first functionality, I can open all the components at the same time and I can close all the components at the same time. But in this second functionality, they are dependent on each other. So if I open any one of the component, I cannot open the second component. Again, if I click on this component will be closed. So now let us see how to create this project. First, inside this projects folder, I will be creating one more folder. I will give project 4. Inside this, I will write accordion.js. That entire thing will be accordion and each and every item will be accordion item. So here I will be creating one more file, accordion item.js. Inside this accordion.js, I will write RFCE, and inside this I will write accordion. Copy this accordion. Inside this app.js, I'm just going to render accordion. I will comment third project. Below this, I'm just going to write accordion. Hit enter. Accordion will be imported from accordion.js. I will come to my project. Now you can see I am having this heading. Now from here, I will remove this entire thing. I will write div. For this, I will give the class as accordion container. Before starting with the code, first from starter code, I will be copying the files. You can see for this fourth project, inside starter folder, I am having this file. I will copy, and in my project 4 folder, I am just going to paste. Now here, if you see inside app.css, all the stylings are given. Inside this data.js, I am having questions and answered. I will close it. Later on, we are going to see that. Inside this, I will be creating h3. For this, I will give the class as FAQ. And inside this, I will write frequently asked questions. and here I will write FAQs. Save it. Come here. Now you can see successfully heading is displayed, but stylings are not applied. So inside this accordion, I'm just going to import app.css. Save it. Come here. Now you can see stylings are applied. Now below this, I'm having this accordion item. So I will open this accordion item.js. Inside this, I will be writing RFCE. I will remove this div. Here I will write div, and for this I will give the class as accordion. Inside this I am having two sections, accordion header and accordion answer. Here I will write div. I will be giving the class as accordion header. Inside this header I will create span. For this span I will give the class as accordion icon. By default I will be displaying plus. In place of this, if you want to display any icon, you can display the icon. Again, I will come down. I will write span. For this, I will give the class as accordion number. And by default, I will give the number as 01. I will change the spelling. Then finally, I will be creating one more span. For this, I will give accordion title. Inside this, I will write what is JavaScript. Save it. Now, nothing will be displayed in my project. I will come to accordion.js. Below this, I'm just going to write this accordion item. As soon as I hit enter, this accordion item will be imported from this file. Now you can see here I am having accordion header, I am having icon, I am having number, and also title is displayed. So this is my first section. Below this, I will be creating another div. For this, I will give the class as accordion content. Inside this, I will write paragraph. I will write it is high level programming language. I will come here successfully. I am able to display this content. I will come to accordion.js. Multiple times, I am just going to render this accordion item. If you see here, multiple times, I am having this result. But now, if you see here, I am having same question and also I am having same answer. But I do not want this one. In my data.js, I have already created array of object and also I have exported my array. So inside this object, I am having question and answer. So now what I will do, using this data, I am just going to render my component. I will come to accordion.js. I will remove this entire thing. This accordion, I will be wrapping in JavaScript mode. Here, I will be writing data. As soon as I hit enter, data will be imported from data.js. Now this data is having array of object. So here I will be writing map method. Close it, and inside this I will be passing callback function, and for each and every object I will give the data as item. Open. I will copy this accordion item component, and inside this map method I'm just going to paste. So in previous project we have seen how to render the list. Same concept I have applied. Now our entire data is stored inside this data array. I will come here, refresh this. Now still I am having the same result. Why? Because inside accordion item I have not passed the prop. But to accept the prop, first from here I need to pass the prop. Here I will write item which will be holding entire object. So first time it will be holding first object data, that will be passed. Second time second object data. Third time third object data. So basically this item will be having all the data which is present inside this data array. Now I will come to accordion item. Here I have to accept the props. Below this I will write log. Then I'm just going to write props. I will inspect this. Now you can see successfully I am able to get this object. Inside that I am having item which is having our entire first object. So what I can do, directly I can destructure my items. It is item. Come here. I will refresh. In place of this prop, I will be giving item. Save it. Refresh once. Now you can see successfully I am able to access the object. Now what I can do, I can easily destructure from item object. I will remove this. Instead, I will write const. Inside this, I am having question and I am having answer. From where I am destructuring? I am destructuring from this item object. Now what I will do, in place of this, I am just going to render question. Then in place of this, I am just going to render answer. Save it. Come here. Now you can see each and every time I am having different question and different answer which I have given in data.js. But if you see here, only question and answer is changed. This number is not changed. Why? Because for this number, we have given static data. So how many times my data is getting looped, that many times this accordion component will be rendered. But here the number will be same. If I give here 0, 0, save it, for each and every item, I will be having 0, 0. So for this, what we can do, inside our map method, we can pass second argument to this callback function, that is nothing but index. So our array is 0 based. First time when it is looping, for this first object, we will have index as 0. So it will have 0. Second time it will have 1. Third time it will have 2 and it keeps on going. So this index number I will be passing as a prop. Here I will write number. For this I will give this index. First time number will be 0, then 1, then 2 and it keeps on going. Then I will come to accordion item.js and here I'm just going to accept the prop. Directly I'm just going to destructure and here I will write number. Once I have access to number, in place of this 0, 0, I'm just going to write number. Save it. Now here I have 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. But what I just want to display the number from 1, and if the number is less than 9, I should display 0, 1, 0, 2, 0, 3 in that way. So here I'm just going to apply one simple trick. If my number is less than 9, then what I will do? I will add 0 and after that whatever number I am having, I will be adding that number. Else, if the condition fails, simply whatever number I am having, I will display that number. I will come here. Now you can see I am having 0, 0, 0, 1, 0, 2, 0, 3 and 0, 4. But now I will come to data.js. I will copy this entire data, separate by comma, and below this I will be pasting. And now if you see here, after 0, 8, I am having 9. Let me just paste again. Save it. Now you can see for 9, I am not having 0, 9. But after that, I am having 10, 11, 12, 13. Why? Because if my number becomes 9, 9 is less than 9, the condition fails. So that is the reason 0 will not be added to 9. Directly 9 will be displayed. And also, if you see here, my number is starting from 0, 0. Instead, I want to display 0, 1. So here I will write number plus 1 and here also I will write number plus 1. Now if you see, I am having 0, 1, 0, 2, 0, 3 and for 9 also I am having 0, 9. Why? Because first time my number will be 0. 0 is less than 9. Yes, it is. So 0 will be added, but for this number 1 will be added. So 0, 1 will be displayed at first place. Now same way, then number becomes 1. It keeps on going. Now my number becomes 8. 8 is less than 9. Yes, it is. So 0, 8 plus 1, For 9 also 0 will be added. Now my number becomes 9. 9 is less than 9. The condition fails. I will come here 9 plus 1. After 9, I will be having 10, 11, 12. So in this way, you can write this simple trick to give the numbers like 01, 02, 03. And from this file, I will remove extra data. Save it. Come here. Now successfully, I am able to display this result. Now here, inside this first functionality, each and every item is independent of other item. They are not aware whether the item is closed or open. If I click on other item, they will open. Again, if I click on the item, they will close. So each and every item is managing their own state. So inside this accordion item, I will be creating my state. Now by default, this answer is displayed. What I want, only when I click on this, I want to display this answer. So here inside this accordion item, I will write const. I will give the state as is open. Then here I will write set is open is equal to use state. It got imported from React library and by default I will give false. Initially, I do not want to open any item, so that is the reason I have given false. Now this container should be displayed only when this is open is true. So this entire thing I will be wrapping in JavaScript mode. Here I will write if is open is true, then conditionally I just want to render this answered. So by default it is false. So using this conditional statement, if this is false, this entire thing will not be displayed. I will save. Now you can see answers are not displayed. But here I will change it to true. Save it. Answers will be displayed. So using this conditional rendering, I am telling if this is true, only then display the answer. If this is false, then do not display the answer. But manually, I do not want to change this true and false. Instead, whenever I click on this item, I want to open and close. So here, for this entire div, I will be writing on click is equal to, here I will write the function name handle toggle. Directly, do not call in this way. Immediately it will be called. I will copy this function. Above this, I'm just going to create this function. Now to update the value, we have to use setter function. If is open is true, then I have to set to false. If it is false, then I have to set to true. So here, inside this callback function, I will write is open. If this is false, then I'm just going to reverse condition. Save it. Come here. Initially, it is displayed. Why? Because I have given true. Now here I will write false. Initially, no answers are displayed. I will click on this is open is true. So successfully I am able to display the answer. Again I will click. You can see each and every item is independent of other item state. Why? Because they are not aware whether the item is active or not. If I click on that, they are going to open and display the answer. If I click on another item, they are going to open and display the answer. Again, if I click, is open became false and for this answer is hidden. Now, whenever it is active, I should also give this active class. So here, this entire class I will be wrapping in JavaScript mode. Here, I will be using template string and inside this I will write is open. If this is true, then what I have to do? I have to give active class or else I do not want to give any class. Whatever class I am having, only that class I have to render. I'll come here. Now you can see if those are active, on top I am having border. But for this first one, I am not having border. If this becomes active, then on top I will be having border. But here, if you see here, even if I open the container, my icon is not changed. So for this also, conditionally, we are going to display the icon. I will remove. Inside this, I will write is open. If this is true, which means If it is active, then I have to display minus. If it is not active, then I have to display plus. Let me increase the size. You can see, if this is true, then I have to display minus. If this is false, then I have to display plus. Save it. Come here. Now you can see, if this is active, then I am having minus. If this is not active, then I am having plus. So successfully, we have completed our first functionality. Now let us come to second functionality, where if one item is open, if I click on the second item, the first item has to be closed. For this, I will be creating another file. Inside this, I'm just going to write accordion single item.js. And from this accordion item, I will copy entire logic, and inside this, I will be pasting. I will come to accordion.js. Here below this, I will be writing one h3. For this, I will give the class as FAQ. Simply, I'm just going to give one separator. Then I will copy this entire thing, paste it here. Before that, let me come to accordion single item, and here I will change the function name. Copy this function, and here I will be pasting. Then I will come to accordion. In place of this accordion item, I'm just going to paste this accordion single item. Remove last letter. Just click on this. Successfully, accordion single item is imported from this file. Now if I save this, come here. Now you can see accordion single item is displayed, and it will be having the same functionality as the first one. Why? Because we have pasted the same code. Now again, you have to think about state. For this first functionality, directly inside the component, we have passed the state. But for this second functionality, each and every item should be aware of the other item state. So here, our accordion is the one who will be managing the state. So for the first functionality, inside the component itself, we have passed the state. But for this second functionality, inside the parent, we are going to pass the state. First, let me come here. Inside this accordion single item, I'm just going to comment this line. As soon as I comment, I will be having all this error. But let me come to accordion.js, which is the parent. Now inside this, I'm just going to create the state. Below this, I will write const. Then I'm just going to write here current open setter function set current open is equal to use state, and initially all the items will be closed. So here I will give null. But for explanation, here I will be writing 0. Later on, I will change it to null, but as of now, I have given 0. Now, my accordion.js is having the state. Now, to pass this data to accordion single item, I have to use prop. I will copy. Below this, I will write current open. Then I'm going to pass the state. Inside this prop, we can also pass the function. You can give the same variable name, or you can change the variable name. Here I will write on open is equal to this entire value. Copy and paste. Now successfully accordion single item got access to our state, that is current open and set current open setter function. Now I will come to accordion single item, and inside this I am going to accept the prop. Separate by comma. Again I will come, copy this on open, and here I will be pasting. Now this component got access to the state which is available inside parent component. Now here each and every place I am using is open. So what I will do, below this I will be creating one variable is open. For this I will check the condition. If my number, if it is equal to current open, let me show you what I am telling. So initially my number will be 0. Why? Because our array is 0 based. I'm checking if my number, if it is equal to current open, and by default I have given value as 0. And first time my number will also be having 0. If it is equal to 0, condition is true and the first item will be active. Here, let me comment this line. Come here, refresh this. Now you can see only the first item is active. Why? Because my index number is 0 and current open value is also 0. So that is the reason first item is active. And this condition becomes true for the first item. So that is the reason first item is active. Now here I will give current open as 1. Now here I will give current open as 1. Initially my number is 0 and my current open is 1. 0 is equal to 1. Condition fails. First item will not be opened. Second time my number is 1. 1 is equal to 1. Yes, it is. The condition is true. So if you see here, the second item. Why? Because it is 0 based. So the second item which is having index 1, that is opened. Each and every time manually I will not be adding the number. So by default I will give null. So initially nothing will be opened. Here I will remove this. In place of this, I will be using setter function. Inside this, I will be passing number. So first time it will be 0. Second time it will be 1. Third time it will be 2. So based on this click, for whatever item we have clicked, that index number will be passed to the number and that number will be updated to the current open using this on open setter function. Now I'll come here, refresh this. Now you can see initially nothing is opened, but as soon as I click on this, I am able to open the content. Why? Because for this number is 1, number 1 will be passed, current open becomes 1, 1 is equal to 1, yes it is. So the second item will be opened. Now if I click on this, now you can see that item is closed, but now my third item is opened. Why? Because now my number is 2 and current open is also 2. So that is the reason only this condition gets matched and this item will be opened. Rest all the items will be closed. But now again if I click on this, it will not be closed. So here inside this, I will be checking for the condition. Here I will remove. Instead, I will write is open. If this is true, then what I have to do? I have to display null. Or else I have to display the number. Using this condition, what we are telling? Suppose imagine my second item is active. For that, I will be having number 1 and current open will also be 1. So that time this condition becomes true. So if that condition is true, and again when I click on the button, this is already true. If it is true, then I have to display null, which means I should not display any answer. If this is false, then I have to update the number and that updated number will be passed to this current open state. Now I'll come here. Now you can see if I click successfully, I am able to work with this functionality. I know might be as a beginner this is very confusing, but if you understand the logic, then this project is very simple and using this project you can create lot of complex pattern. Now I will come to accordion.js. Inside this I will be showing you one important concept of passing children prop. And how we can pass children prop? We have to create the component as HTML element. Like how we have opening tag, inside that we are having entire content and then we are having closing tag. Similarly, while passing the children prop, we have to create as HTML element. I will remove this closing tag. Instead, I'm just going to close this accordion single item. Inside this, what I will do, from this item object, I am only going to access answer, which will be having all the answer. And here, in place of this, you can either accept the question or you can accept entire object. But here, inside this, I have only accepted the children and that I have passed as a prop. Now to accept the prop, here I have to write children. Exact same prop name you have to pass. And this children prop will be having all the values which is present between opening tag and closing tag. So now what this child is having? This child is having all the answers. So in place of this answer, what I can do? I can simply write here children. Save it. Come here. Refresh this. You can see again I am having the same result. So using this children prop, you can create complex pattern in your application. Directly, you can pass the data between opening tag and closing tag, and accordingly, you can accept the prop and you can display that prop. So in that way, if you only want to access question from here, you can access, and you can only destructure question prop. Now here, directly I am passing the answer. So from this item, I only want the question. So here, I will give the prop name as question, and from this item object, I will be accessing question. I will copy this. I will come here. I will remove this item. In place of this item, I will be writing question. And now I do not want to destructure. Remove this line. Save it. Come here. Again, you can see I will be having the same result. If you are working in APIs and only some properties you want to pass as a prop, then in this way you can pass an entire data you will be passing as a children prop, and using this prop we are just accepting our answers. You can use the first way, or by using this children prop you can display the data. So successfully we have completed our fourth project. Let us start with the fifth project, and here I'm just going to render list of friends. Again, we are going to get this data from another file, but now in this project, I will be showing you how that entire data will be passed as default value in our state. And here, how many data I'm having in the file, that number will be displayed here. As soon as I click on this clear all, that button will be gone, and here I have 0 friends. Again, if I refresh, as this data is available inside the state, as soon as I refresh, entire data I will get back, and again I have 4 friends. So this number is dynamic and this rendering is also dynamic. So here this number is dynamic. If I add multiple lists, then accordingly number will be changed. Now let us get started with this project. Inside projects folder, I will be creating one folder. I will give project 5. Then from this starter, I will copy this app.css and data.js. Here inside this project 5 folder, I am going to paste the files. And again, inside this starter, I have created one folder assets where we are having this 4 images. Now, I will not be copying the entire folder. Instead, I will copy these images. Why? Because in our first project, we have already created assets folder in our project. So here I will copy. Now I will come to my project folder. Inside public, we are already having assets. Inside this, I'm going to paste the images. Once the setup is done, inside this project file, I will be creating one file, friends.js. And also, I will be creating another file, friendlist.js. I will come to friends. Here, I will be writing functional component. Again, I will come here. Here also, I will be writing functional component. Inside this friends.js, I will write h1, and here I am going to write friend. Then I will come to app.js. I will come in this. Now what I will do, below this, I am just going to render my friend. Save. It got imported from this file. Come to project, refresh once. Now you can see I am having this title friend. Close this app.js. So this friend is nothing but entire container where we are going to render our friend list. Remove this entire thing. In place of this, I will write div. For this, I will keep the class as friend container. Below this, I will write h2 and here I will write I have two friends. Okay. As of now, I have given dummy data, but later on we are going to display dynamic data in place of 2. And below this import, I'm just going to import my CSS file. Here I will write app.css. Save it. Come to project, refresh this. Now styling is applied and also I am having this heading. Now below this h2, I am having all the friend list. So now friend list we are going to define inside this friend list component. I will remove this. In place of this, I will write div dot friend list. Inside this, I will create another div and for this, I will keep the class as friend card. And then I need to display the image and inside this alt, I will write image. Then below that, I will be creating another div. No need of any class. Here I will write h4. Then I will write friend name. Below this, I will be creating paragraph and here I will write age. Now this entire thing I have to render inside this friends component. So below this, I will be writing friend list. As soon as I hit enter, friend list got imported from this file. So here I am having this entire component. Here I am having the image, friend name and age is displayed. Now what I will do, using state, whatever data we are having inside this data.js, using state, we are going to pass the data from parent component to child component. So let us see how to do that. Inside this friends, I'm going to define the state. Here I will write friend. Then I will be writing set friend is equal to use state. And by default, inside this, what I want to pass, I just want to pass this data, which is having this 4 objects. So how I can pass? I will simply write here data. As soon as I hit enter, data is imported from this file. So now data is the default value for this friend. So what I will do, inside this friend, we are having all the object. Now this friend state, I will be passing as a prop to this friend list. Okay, inside the prop, we can pass variables, we can pass strings, we can pass function, as well as we can pass the state. So here, I will give the prop name as friend is equal to, this is nothing but a state where we are having entire objects data. And after this friend list, I also want to display the button. Here I will write button. And for this, I will give the class as clear button. Inside this, I will write clear all. Save. Come here, I am having use state is not defined. Let me just input. Remove last letter. Hit enter. Use state is imported from React. Refresh once. Now you can see I am having clear all. And what I have done, this entire data which we are having inside data.js, entire data I have passed as a prop. Now once I pass as a prop, inside this friend list, I can accept the prop. And directly, I'm just going to destructure and here I will write friend. Below this, I'm just going to lock friend. Save it. This name should be exactly matching with this name. I will come here, inspect this. Now you can see our friend is having 4 objects which is available inside data.js. So this is how entire data you can pass in the state and that data you can pass as a prop to child component. Now once I am having this array of object, what I can do, I can just render my list multiple times. Once I am having this array of object, I can loop through that and each and every time I will be displaying different data. This entire thing I'm just going to wrap inside JavaScript mode. I will bring this down and here I will be writing friend, which is nothing but array of object which we have passed as a prop dot map method Inside this, I'm going to pass callback function. Here I will write friend data. Callback function. Now, instead of using parenthesis, I will be using curly braces. Why curly braces? I will tell you. And here, as soon as we use curly braces, we have to return. Now, inside this parenthesis, I will copy this entire thing, and inside this, I'm going to paste. So inside map method, whenever we are using curly braces, explicitly we have to return something. Now this friend data, first time when it is looping, it will be having first object data, second time second object data, third time third object data. Below this, let me log. I will write here friend data. Save it. Come here. Now you can see successfully I am able to render 4 cards. Why? Because inside data.js I am having 4 cards. Now you can see successfully first time first object, second time second object, third time third object, and it keeps on going. So what I will do inside this map method, I am just going to destructure all the variables from this friend data object. So here I will write const. Inside that I am having ID, I am having name, I am having image, and finally I am having age. From where I have destructured? I have destructured from this friend data object. Now you can see I am performing some additional step. So here I need multiple lines of code. So that is the reason I have used this return statement. Now once it is done, in place of this src, I'm just going to give image. Then in place of this friend name, I will be giving name. Here I will be giving age. And whenever we are using map method, we should also pass the key. So here I will give the key, that is ID. Save it. Come here. Now you can see successfully I am able to render the images. I am able to render the name as well as I am able to render the age. But now here number is still static. So what we have to do? I will come to friends.js, and inside this, in place of this, what I will do, I'm just going to calculate my array length. JavaScript mode, my array is nothing but friend. Why friend? Inside this friend, we have passed entire data. So here I will write friend.length. Save it. Come here. Now you can see I have 4 friends. If I add multiple data, let me copy 2 times. Below this, I will be pasting. Save it. Now you can see, let me refresh once. Now I will be having, I have 6 friends and 2 data will be added here. But now what I want, as soon as I click on this clear all the list has to be cleared. So inside this, I will be adding this on click. Then here, what we can do, simply, as soon as I click on this, I just have to empty my array. So inside this friend, I am having entire array of object. But as soon as I update this setter function, that value will be passed to the friend and accordingly data will be cleared. So here I will be passing as a value. Inside this, I will be writing set friend, and then here I will be passing empty array. As soon as I click on this button, using this setter function, I am updating my array, and here I have given empty array. Now here, refresh once. Now I have 6 friends. As soon as I click on this, I am not having any item inside the array. So that is the reason here I have 0 friends. But again, as soon as I refresh, I will be having my data back. But now this button is still visible if I am having 0 friends. So what we can do? Conditionally, we can render this button. So here again I will enter into JavaScript mode. So here what I will do, I will write if friend.length, if it is greater than 0, only then render this button. I will wrap inside parenthesis. Save it. If it is false, then do not render this button. I will come here, button is displayed. As soon as I click on this, that button has gone. If you want, you can use ternary operator as well. Here you have to write question mark. If it is true, then you have to display the button. If it is false, then simply write here null, which means do not display anything. Now again you can see that button has gone. Clear all? If I am having 0 friends, that button will be gone. Accordingly, you can use conditional rendering or you can use this ternary operator. Successfully, our 5th project is also completed. Let us see our 6th project. In this, we are going to display this counter. Using this, we are going to display the date. Here, I am having two buttons, decrement and increment, and inside this, I am having one input field. By default, I have given this date, so that is the reason I am having today is November 23, 2050. Here I am having step. I will increase the step to 2. As soon as I update something, I am having this reset button. Now I will click on this plus. This date, it will be increased by 2. And here 2 will be updated. Again, if I click, you can see 4 days from today. I will just increase this step. Now I am having 5. If I click, accordingly, numbers will be added and I will be having this default date. If I click on this decrease, based on this step value, I can decrease the date. Again, I will click. Now here I am having 1 day ago was. Now again, if I click, I will be having 6 day ago was. If I click here, 1 day ago was, 4 days from today is, and by default, if I am having 0, then today's date will be displayed. And here I am having reset button. As soon as I click on reset, I will be having default values. Here I will have 1. Here I will have 0. And then I will be having today is. As soon as I update this or as soon as I update this, my reset button will be activated. So now in this project, we are going to see how to work with this counter and progress bar. And based on these values, how to display different date using different message and how to activate this reset button. Once nothing is updated, my reset button will be disappeared. Now let's get started with this project. So first thing, inside this projects folder, I'm going to create one folder, project 6. Then I'm just going to open the starter folder. From here, I will copy this CSS styling. Inside this project 6 folder, I'm just going to paste. Now inside project 6, I'm having app.css. I will click on this folder. I will be creating another file. I will give the file name as displaydate.js. Inside this, I will write this functional component and here I will write h1. I will write date. Then I will come to app.js. I will come in this previous project. Below this, I'm just going to render my display date. As soon as I hit enter, display date is imported from this file. I will come to project. Now you can see successfully I am having this title. I will close. Now inside this display date, I'm just going to import my CSS styling. Here I will write app.css. If you want, you can give your own styling, but in starter folder, I have given all the stylings which we are using in this project. So first, let us work on static structure. I will remove this entire thing. Here I will create div and for this I will give the class as container. Inside this, I will be creating another div. For this, I will give the class as step container. Then I'm going to create the input field. And inside HTML, we are having type as range. Using this, we can create progress bar. And for this, we have to give minimum and maximum attribute. Here I will write minimum. Minimum value, I will give it as 0. Then here, I will be giving maximum. Maximum, I will give it as 10. And for this also, I'm just going to give the class name. I will give range input. Save it. Come here. Now you can see here I am having this progress bar. Maximum is 10. So that is the reason I am having this progress bar here. Below this, I will be creating span. And for this, I will give the class as step label. Here I'm just going to write step. And by default, I will give the value as 1. So successfully I am able to display the text. So this is my step container. Below this, I'm just going to create another container. For this, I will give the class as counter-container. Inside this, I will write button. For this, I will give the class as btn, and here I'm just going to give minus. I will copy same button, and here I will be giving plus. In between, I'm going to create input field. For this, I will give the class as counter input. Save it. Come here. Now successfully, I am able to display the buttons. Then finally, below this counter container, I am going to create one paragraph. For this, I will give the class as date display. Inside this, I will write span, and by default, here I will write today is, and below that, I'm going to create another span, and here I will write Monday. Save it. Come here. Now you can see I'm able to display today is Monday. So our entire static structure is completed. So now here I am having this text, and finally below this paragraph I will be creating one div. Inside this I will be creating button. For this I will give the class as btn and restart. Inside this I will simply write reset. Save it. Come here. Now successfully I am able to display the button. Here styling is not applied. Let me just change the class. Here I will write reset btn. Save it. Come here. Now successfully I am able to apply all the styling and the static structure is completed. Now what I want, whenever I click on this plus button, I want to increase the number, and when I click on this minus button, I want to decrease the number. So basically I am changing something in my UI. So whenever we are changing something in our UI, we should be using state. I will come here. Below this, I'm just going to create const. I will give the state variable as count. Setter function as set count is equal to use state. As soon as I hit enter, you can see use state is imported from React library. By default, in my input field, I want to display 0. So here I will be giving 0. Okay, so this 0 will be assigned to this count variable. Let me increase the size. So this is the default value that will be assigned to this count variable. Now where I want to display this count, inside this input field as a value, I just want to display this count. Save it. Now you can see as soon as we use the state inside this input field, we are making this input field as controlled element. Now React will be controlling this input field. I will come here. Now you can see 0 is displayed. If I try to type something, nothing will be affected. Why? Because each and every time I am changing something in input field, I have to call onChange event handler. So here I will be writing onChange event handler, and inside this we have to pass this event object. And after that, what we have to do, whenever we are updating something, we should be using this setter function. I will copy this setter function. Inside this, here I will write e.target.value. So whenever you are working with input field, you should always follow the same recipe. First time we are giving the value inside this value attribute. Then using this onChange event handler, we are updating this setter function by giving e.target.value. So whatever I am typing on my input field, that value will be given inside here. Once it is updated, that value will be passed to count, and here count will be updated in place of this value. Now you can see if I type something successfully, I am able to type. Now similarly, for this step also, I am going to create the state because we are changing the value in our UI. Below this, I will be writing step. Then I will write set step is equal to use state, and by default, I will give the value 1. Here also 1 is displayed, and here also I am having 1. By default, what I want, I just want this step value to be 1. Now here inside this input field, I will be writing value, and inside this I'm just going to pass step which is having the value 1. I will come here. Now you can see my value is 1. So that is the reason my progress bar is here. If I give value as 5, save it. Now my progress bar will be here. By default, what I want my value to be 1. So that is the reason my progress bar is here. And here I have given minimum 0 and maximum 10. But now if I just try to move my progress bar, I will not be able to move. Why? Because again, whenever we are using input field, we should make this input field as control element. So same thing what we have done here, same thing we have to do here on change event handler. Inside this, we are going to pass event object. Then here I will be using set step. Inside this e.target.value. Save it. Come here. Now you can see if I try to move successfully, I will be able to move my progress bar. And minimum I have given 0, so I can come to 0. And maximum I have given 10, so I can come till 10. So that is the reason we have used minimum and maximum attributes. Now using this state, for this button, we are going to update the values. So here I will be writing on click event handler. Whenever I click on this button, what I want to do, I just want to decrease the value by 1. So here inside this, I will write arrow function. Then using this set count, I'm just going to update the value. What I will do, I'm just going to decrement the value by 1. Whenever I click on the button, I'm just decrementing the value by 1. I will come here, click on this. Successfully, I am able to decrease the value. But here, if I click on this plus button, nothing is working. Again, I will copy the same thing. Inside this button, I will be pasting. And here, in place of minus, I will be writing plus. Here, I will write on. Save. Come here. Now, if I click on this, you can see successfully, I am able to decrease the value as well as I am able to increase the value. But now, each and every time, whenever I am clicking on this plus button and minus button, whatever value we are having inside step, that value has to be updated. So here, in place of this one, I will be giving step value. Whatever current step I am having, I just want to decrease and increase by that step value. Why? Because I have assigned this step to this value attribute. So whenever I click on this decrement button, based on that step, I'm just going to decrease the value. Whenever I click on this increment button, based on the step, I'm just going to increment the value. Now here, I will refresh once. Now step is 1. If I click on this, I am able to increase by 1. If I click on this, I am able to decrease by 1. Now I will increase the step. Here we are not updating the value. Let me just come here. Inside this, I'm just going to pass step. Save it. Come here, refresh once. Now I'm just going to increase the step. My step is 4. As soon as I click on this, you can see I'm having 0, 4. But now the problem is whenever we are getting values from input field, it will be in string. Again, if I click, you can see 4 is added here. Why? Because strings will be concatenated. So do not forget to add step here. What we have to do, whenever we are updating this entire value, we have to wrap inside number function. I will write here number. You can simply add plus, but as of now, I'm going to write number. Inside this, I will wrap entire thing and then I will be writing number. Save it. Come here, refresh once. If I click on this, successfully I am able to update. Now I will increase to 5. Now 3 plus 5, I should be having 8. Again I will click 8 plus 5, 13. So successfully I am able to add the numbers. Why we are adding this number function? Because the values which we get from input field, those will be in string. So that is the reason to convert into number, we are using number function. So till now we have used simple state. Using this, we are updating our increment counter. and decrement counter, as well as we are displaying the value inside this input field. And using this step state, we are just incrementing and decrementing our progress bar. Now finally, let us work on date. So first, using simple JavaScript, I will be accessing date. I will write here const date is equal to new date, and inside this by default I will be passing November 23, 2050. By default, you can give today's date as well, but by default, I am giving November 23, 2050. Below this, I'm just going to log date, save it, come here, inspect. Now you can see I am having Wednesday, November 23, 2050. But whatever count I am having, based on that, I just want to increase the date. So below this, I am going to set the date. Here I will write date dot set date, and inside this I'm just going to pass date dot get date. So using this get date, we can get day of the month using local time. Once we get day of the month, whatever count we are having, we just want to add the count inside our date. So here I will be writing plus count. Below this, again I will just bring this date, bring down, save it, refresh this. See, first I am having 23. I will just increment the counter, which will be increasing by 1. Why? Because default step is 1. I will click on this increase. Now you can see date is increased to 24. Now I will just give step to 3. I will click on this. Click on this. Now you can see I am having 27. Again I will click. I will be having November 30. Again I will click. I will be having December 3. So using this, what we are doing, whatever count we are having, that many days we are going to set, and we are going to extract that date. I will remove this, and also I'm just going to remove this. So successfully using this, we are able to access the date, as well as we are able to add the count inside this date. I will scroll down. Now inside this, conditionally we are going to render the text. First thing, this entire thing I'm going to wrap inside JavaScript mode. And to display the date in readable format, here I will write date dot to date string. I will come here, refresh once, just focus here. In place of Monday, I will be having human readable date. Now you can see I am having Wednesday, November 23, 2050. Whatever default date I have given, successfully using this to date string method, I am able to get the date. Now here, conditionally, I am going to display the text. I will enter into JavaScript mode. Inside this, I will check if count is equal to 0, then here I will write today is. Else, I will be writing if count is greater than 0, then what I will do? If my count is 0, then today is, I will be displaying default date. If my count is greater than 0, then what I will do? First, I'm just going to display the count. Inside this, I will be writing count. Days from today is. For example, if I give 2 days from today is, and after that, I have to display this date. Else, what I have to do? I just have to display 2 days ago was. Same thing, I'm going to copy. And inside this, I will be pasting. So first condition, if this is equal to 0, then I will display today is this date. If this condition is false, then I'm going to check for another condition. If my count is greater than 0, if it is 2 days from today is, if the count is less than 0, then 2 days ago was. 2 days ago was. Okay, simply I'm just going to change the text. I will save. Come here, refresh this. I will give here 4. Click on this. Now I am having 4 days from today is, 8 days from today is. I will just decrease. Minus 12 days ago was. But I do not want to display this minus. So this entire value, I'm just going to wrap inside parenthesis, and here I will be writing math.abs. I just want to get the absolute value. I do not want any negative sign. Now, successfully, I am able to display. If I click here, you can see 24 days from today is, if I click on minus, here I will be having 12 days ago was, 16 days ago was, and based on this step value, I am able to decrease the number and I am able to increase the number. Now last functionality is our reset button. Whenever I click on this, I should be having default values displayed. So here for this button, I will be adding on click event handler. Inside this, I will be giving handle reset. Copy this. I will come on top. Here, I will write function. Paste the function name. Save it. Now that error has gone. Now, as soon as I click on this button, what I have to do, this value and this value, I have to update to default values. For this set count, my default value is 0. And for this set step, my default value is 1. So whatever default values I have given, I'm just going to update to those values. I'll come here, refresh once. I will give here. Now you can see successfully I have changed something. But as soon as I click on this, my count is 0 as well as my step is 1, and accordingly I am able to display today's date. But now I do not want to render the reset button if everything is set to default values. So for that, conditionally we are going to render this button. This entire div I'm just going to wrap inside JavaScript mode, and here I will be checking for the condition if my count, if it is not equal to 0, or if my step, if it is not equal to 1, only then I have to display this button. Else what I have to do, I should not display this button. Okay, I will explain you this condition. Now you can see my step is 1 and count is 0. So that is the reason button is not displayed. But if I change something successfully, I am able to display the button. But as soon as I click on this, that button has gone. Now here my step is 1. Here I am checking the condition. Step is not equal to 1. The condition fails. So here button is not displayed. And here we are using OR operator. So if any one of the condition is true, then button will be displayed. If both the conditions are false, then button will not be displayed. Now here count is 0 and step is 1. So that is the reason both the condition fails and button will not be displayed. Why this condition fails? Because count is equal to 0 and step is equal to 1. So that is the reason both the condition got failed. But as soon as I update something, now count is not equal to 0. Yes, the condition is true. Step is not equal to 1. The condition fails. But using OR operator, if at least one condition is true, we are going to display the button. Okay, now everything is working fine. So successfully, we have completed our 6th project. Let us start with the project 7. In this, we are going to create this expense tracker. Here, I will be giving the expense rent. I will give the amount as 5,000. I will click on add. Expense will be added, and here I will be having delete button. And in this total, all the amounts will be calculated. Here I will be writing bus, and for this I will give the amount as 500. I will click on add. You can see total is added and this expense is added below this first one. If I click on this, successfully I will be able to delete the expense. Now we are going to work on this project. In this, you will have practice on all the array methods like map, filter and reduce, and also you will understand how to add the data and how to delete the data. Now, first step, inside this projects folder, I will be creating one folder called project 7. Inside this, I will create the file expense tracker.js. Now from source code, I will open this folder And from this starter code, I'm just going to copy. Inside this project 7, I have just pasted this file. Now you can see I'm having all the basic CSS stylings, and here I'm having this expense tracker. So first, inside this, I will start with creating static structure. I will write RFCE. First, let me write H1. I will write expense. Open app.js. Comment this. Below this, I'm just going to render this expense tracker. As soon as I hit enter, expense tracker is imported from this file. Come to project. Here I am having this heading. So first, inside this, I'm just going to import my app.css. Remove this entire thing. I will write div, and for this I will give the class as container. Inside this, I will create h2. I will give the class as header. Inside this, I'm just going to give this heading, expense tracker. Then below this, I will be creating another div. For this, I will give the class as input container. Inside this, I will be creating input field. Type will be text. Then I will be giving placeholder. Placeholder will be expense. Below this placeholder, I will just give class, and for class, I will give input. Save it. Come here. Here I am having my input field where placeholder expense is displayed. Same thing, I will copy. Below this, I will be pasting. In place of text, I will change it to number. And here, placeholder, I will be giving amount, and class will be input. Now I am having two input fields where we have to enter the expense, and here we have to enter the amount. I will just change the spelling. Then finally, below this, I will be creating button, and for this, I will give the class as button. I will give the text as add. Come here. Now here I am having this button. Then this is entire div container in which we have displayed two input field and one button. Below this, I will be creating UL, and for this, I will give the class as expense list. Inside this, I will write li, and for this, I will give the class as expense item. Then here, I will write span. As of now, I will give the dummy data rent. Then finally, below this, I will be creating another span. Here, I will write 200. Then finally, I should be creating button. And for this button, I will give the class as delete button. Inside this, I will give the text as delete. Save it. Come here. Now you can see dummy data is displayed. Let me increase the size. Where I will display the expense, then span for the amount, and finally I am having delete button. And this entire div container should be added only when I click on this button. Then finally, below this UL, I will be creating one H3. For this, I will give the class as total. Inside this, I should display the total amount. Here I will write total. Total I will give 300. Save it. Come here. Now you can see total is displayed. Successfully, we have completed our static structure. Once it is done, now one by one, we are going to write our entire logic. First, we are going to start working on state, and we will make this two input field as controlled element. So below this, I will be creating const. I will give here expense. Then setter function, I will give set expense is equal to use state. As soon as I hit enter, use state is imported from React library. Initially, I do not want to display any data on input field, so I will give empty string. Same thing, I will copy. In place of this, I will be giving amount. Here I will give set amount is equal to use state, and for that input field also, initially I do not want to display anything. Once it is done, for this input fields, I will be making as controlled element. So inside this input field, first I'm just going to pass the value, and here I will write expense. Then for this input field, here I will be passing value, and for this I will give the value as amount. Save it. Come here. Now you can see initially both are empty. Even if I try to type something, I will not be able to type. Why? Because for this value, I have assigned this state variables. Now, if I am typing something, I just want to update this state variable. So to update the state variables, we will be using this setter function. And whenever we are typing something inside the input field, each and every time onChange event handler will be fired. So here I will be writing onChange. I will pass this event object. Inside this, I will write set expense. Here I will write e.target.value. Now save. Come here. Now if I type successfully, I will be able to type, because whenever this onChange event handler is fired, we are updating the value using this setter function. Once the value is updated, that value will be assigned to this variable. Now same thing I will do for this input field. I will write here onChange event handler. Inside this, I will be passing event object. Then here I will write set amount. I will give e.target.value. Now if I type some numbers successfully, I am able to type, and here also I am able to type the data. So that is the reason it is very important you should be making input field as controlled element in React. Now next step, we should be working on adding the expense. So for that, I will be creating another state. Below this, I will write const. I will write expenses. Okay, this is the expense which I will enter inside the input field, and I can have multiple expenses. So that is the reason I have created the variable as expenses. You can give any variable name, and here I will be writing set expenses is equal to use state, and for this default value I will give as empty array. Why? Because each and every time when I am adding new expense, I want the data in this structure array. Then I will be adding object. Again I will be adding object. So in this way I want my data. So that is the reason initially I am passing as empty array for this variable. And when I have to add the data inside this array, only when I click on this add button, I have to add the data inside this array. So for this add button, I will be adding onClick event handler. Inside this, I will give the function name as add expense. Now copy this function. Directly, you do not have to call the function here. Copy this function. Here, I'm just going to create that function. I will write here const add expense arrow function. Okay, what we are doing, whenever we click on this button, only then we have to call the function. Now what I just want to update this variable. So for updating this variable, we should be using this setter function. Now I will just copy this setter function. Inside this, I will be passing array. And in what format I have to store the data? I should be storing inside object. So here I will be writing expense property, and for this I will give the value as expense. But in ES6, if both the values and properties are same, we can only give the value. Then I will be writing amount, and inside this input field, whenever we are getting some data, it will be in string format. So what I will do here, I'm just going to convert the data into floating number, and inside this I will be passing the amount. The amount which we get from the input field, that as well as the data which we get from expense field, both we are pushing inside this array. Now I will just come here. I will write A. I will give the amount. As soon as I click on add, nothing happens because we have not rendered the data on screen. Now I'll come here. I will write A. I will add the amount. Click on add. Nothing is displayed. But below this, I will just display this expenses. Save, come here, inspect, refresh once. I will add A. I will give the amount as 1. As soon as I click on this, initially I am not having any data. But again, as soon as I click, expense is added as A and amount is added as 1. Now here I will be giving B. Here I will be giving 100. Then I will just click on add. You can see whatever previous data I am having, that is overridden, and I am only having this data B and amount as 100. Whatever data I was having for A, that is completely overridden. So what we have to do, before pushing this entire data, first we have to make copy of these expenses. So how we can do? We can make copy using spread operator. Write 3 dots, pass the expenses. Once we make the copy, only then we are just pushing this entire data. Now I'll come here, refresh once. I will add A. I will give the amount as 100. Click on add. Data is added. Now I will be giving B. Here I will give 500. Click on add. Now you can see successfully I am able to add the data, and 2 times it is rendered because we are using strict mode. But successfully we are able to add the data. Now our data is not getting overridden. Instead, whatever expenses we are adding, that expenses we are able to add inside this array. But now the problem is, let me just inspect again. I will not be giving any data here. Remove it. Click on add. You can see again, without any data, I am able to push this object inside the array. I do not want this. So what I will do here, I will be checking for the condition. If expense and if my amount, if both are true, which means if I am having some value, only then I have to push, or else I should not be pushing. I will refresh. I will click on add. You can see no data will be pushed. But as soon as I give some amount and expense, I will be able to push. Now I will remove this. Click on this add. You can see I will not be able to push any data inside the array. But here I will write something. If I click on add, I am able to push, but after pushing the data, this input field data is not removed. So here below this, I will write set expense. I will give empty string. Then I will be giving set amount. I will pass empty string. So using this, once the data is pushed, using this setter function, I am just clearing both the input fields. I'll come here. I will give the data. I will click on add. As soon as I added successfully, I am able to clear both the input fields. Now once I am having all the data, in place of this dummy data, I should be displaying the expenses which I have entered. So I'll come here. So here this entire li I will be wrapping in JavaScript mode. Then here my expenses is nothing but array. I will write array. Then using map method, I am just going to loop through all the data. Inside this, I will be passing item. Open this parenthesis, and inside that, I will pass this complete li. Save it. Come here, refresh this. That dummy data has gone. I will write here A. I will give the amount. Click on add. You can see I am able to add the data. Whatever data I am having, I am able to add that data only when I click on this button. Now instead of displaying this data, what I will do, from this item, I just want to add my expense. And from here, from this item, I just want to access my amount. So inside that object, we have already specified the properties, expense and amount. We are just accessing, and in place of that dummy data, whatever data we have entered, I just want to display that data. And here I will be writing dollar. and in total also I will be writing dollar. Save. Come here, you can see whatever data I have entered, I am able to add that data. Here I will be writing apple. For this I will give 100. Click on add. Successfully I am able to add. And for this amount, I will fix the decimal point to two numbers. I will write here 2 fixed. Here I will be passing 2. Save it. Now you can see I am having 2 decimal points. Refresh once. Now I will be adding rent. I will give 1000. Click on add. I am able to add the data. I will be adding car. Here I will give 5000. Click on add. I am able to add. Now what I want, whenever I click on this delete button, I just want to delete this entire expense. So how I can delete? Whenever we are using map method, for each and every data, we will be having index. And that index we can pass as second argument inside this map method. First time it will be having 0. Second time it will be having 1. Third time it will be having 2. And it keeps on going. And for this li also, I will be passing the key as index. We simply have to pass the unique value. So I will be passing index. For this delete button, I will be writing on click. Inside this as a value, I will pass delete expense. And here as an argument, I will be passing index. So for whatever item I clicked, they will be having index number. That index number will be passed whenever I click on this delete function. Now I will copy and here I will just create that function. Inside this, I will be passing this parameter. Inside this, I will be passing this set expenses. Then here I will write expenses dot filter method. Then here first item I do not need, so I will give underscore. Then I only want to access the index, so I will be passing index. Here I will check if my index is not equal to the index which I have clicked, only that items will be present inside my array, or else that item will be removed from this array. Now I'll come here. I will give a amount, I will give add. Click on this. As soon as I click on delete, you can see successfully I am able to delete that expense. Why? Because for that first index, I will be having the result as 0. And using this expense, I am just checking 0 is not equal to 0. The condition fails. So once the condition fails, that data will be filtered from this expense array. Suppose I am having 1. Okay, I have clicked on 1 index. So initially it will be 0. 0 is not equal to 1. Yes, the condition is true. So the first data will be present. And second data, index is 1. 1 is not equal to 1. The condition fails. So first data will be removed. So again I will come here. I will add rent. Rent I will give 500. Click on add. Here I will give car. Car I will give 1000. Click on add. Now I will just click on this first index. As soon as I click, only that data will be removed and this data remains intact. Then last thing what I have to do, I just have to display this total price. So for that I will be using array reduce method. Remove this. Here I will be writing expenses dot reduce method. And inside this, first I will be passing total, then I will be passing item. Okay, this total is nothing but accumulator. Then I will be writing arrow function. I will write total plus item dot amount. And second argument, I will be passing 0. Initially, first time 0 will be assigned to total. Then whatever amount I am having, I am just accessing from the array. So using this reduce method, how many data I am having inside the array, that many times it is going to loop and it will be adding the amount. Initial value of total will be 0. So accordingly, it will be giving us the result. And finally, here also, I will be writing to fixed I will fix it to 2. Save it. Refresh once. Initially it is 0. I will be adding rent. Amount 1000. Click on add. You can see 1000 is added. Now I will be adding car. I will write here 500. Click on add. Now here I will be having complete total 1500. Similarly, whatever data you will be adding, you will be able to add and you will be able to get the total, and also you will be able to delete the expense. If you have clear understanding of array map method, reduce method and filter method, then easily you can complete this project. Let us start with the 8th project, countdown timer. Inside this, I am having input field, and here I am having one container where time is displayed. Now inside this, I will enter 5. As soon as I enter 5, each and every second, my seconds will be reduced by 1. I will give 5. You can see 5, 4, 3, 2 and 1. Then I will be going to 0. Now I will enter 10. Accordingly, whatever number I enter, based on that number, each and every time I am decreasing the value by 1. And this effect is running only when I type something, and once this timer is started, after every second I will be reducing the number by 1. Now let's implement this project. First thing, inside this projects folder, I will create the folder as project 8. Inside this, I will create the file countdown timer.js. Now from source code, I will open this starter folder, copy this. Now in my project, inside this project 8 folder, I'm just going to paste. Now you can see whatever default stylings I have given, all the stylings are present. Now inside this, I will write RFCE. Here I will be writing H1. Simply, I will be writing countdown. I will open app.js. Come in this. Below this, I'm just going to render this countdown timer. As soon as I render, this component is imported from this file. I will come in this. Come here. This text is displayed. Now first, we are going to work on static structure. So below this, I'm just going to import app.css. I will remove this entire thing. I will create div, and for this, I will give the class as timer container. Inside this, I will write h2, and for this, I will give the heading as time header. Inside this, I will give countdown timer. Then below this, I will be creating another div. For this, I will give the class as input container. Inside this, I want input field. For this, I will give the class as timer input. And here, in place of text, I will give number. And finally, I will be giving placeholder. For this, I will give the value as set time in seconds. So inside this div container, my input field will be displayed. Below this div container, I will be creating h3. For this, I will give the class as time display. Inside this, as of now, I will give dummy data. I will write 10 seconds remaining. Save it. Come here. Now you can see my entire dummy data is displayed. If I type something, there is no effect. Here I have created my entire container where heading is displayed, input field is displayed, and here this title is displayed. Now next we are going to work on state. Below this function, I will be writing const. Inside this, I will create the state as time. Setter function set time is equal to useState. As soon as I hit enter, useState will be imported from React library. Initially, I just want to display 0. So here I will be passing 0. Now in place of this 10, I just want to display default value of this time. So here inside this JavaScript mode, I will be passing time. Now you can see In place of that default value, now I am having 0, which I have passed inside this use state. Now what I will do, I will just make this input field as controlled element. Now inside this input field, by default, I do not want to pass any value. But whenever I type something, I just want to update the value. So here I will be writing on change event handler, event object. Then here I will be passing set time. Inside this I will write e dot target dot value. Save it. Come here. I will type the number. You can see whatever number I am typing, each and every time this on change event handler will be fired and I am updating this value. So that is the reason whatever data I am entering, that data I am able to display here. Why? Because using this setter function, we are updating the value for this variable. But here, this is nothing but input field. So whatever data we enter inside the input field, that will be in the form of string. So here, this entire thing I will be converting into number. There are multiple ways, but now let me just use here parse int. You can also use number function or you can add plus in front of that. Now I will come, refresh this, type the numbers. Successfully, I am able to type as well as my time is displayed here. Now what I want, as soon as my application mounts and when I type the number, if that number is greater than 0, after every 1 second, I just have to reduce the number by 1. So for that, I will be using use effect hook. Here, I will be writing use effect. As soon as I hit enter, this hook got imported from React library. Inside this, I will just write here arrow function. Inside this, we are going to pass two parameters. First is the callback function where we are going to write our entire logic, and second is the dependency array. As of now, I will just give here empty array. Empty array means as soon as my application mounts, I just want this effect to run only once. Now here, using set interval, after every 1 second, I just have to reduce the time value by 1. Here, I will be writing set interval. Inside this, I will be passing two parameters. First is the callback function and second is the time we have to pass in milliseconds. So here I will be passing 1000 millisecond, which is equal to 1 second. So what I want, after every 1 second, I just want to reduce the value by 1. Now inside this, I will check for the condition. If my time value is greater than 0, then what I have to do, copy this setter function. Inside this, I will be passing my previous time. Arrow function, previous time minus 1. You can give any variable here. You can also pass the time. But for simplicity, whatever previous time I am having, I am just reducing the value by 1. When this entire operation will be performed, only when my time is greater than 0. Save it. Now come here. Refresh once. Here I will type 5. Now you can see as soon as I type 5, here 5 is displayed, but this effect is not running. Why? Because using this use effect, here I have passed dependency array as empty array. So as soon as my application mounts, this effect is going to run only once. But what I want, after every 1 second, my value of the time will be changed using this setter function. So here I am having dependency on time. So whenever my value of time changes, I just want to run this effect. So inside this, I will be passing time. Okay, very important to understand. If you do not pass, you will not be having any result. Now I'll come here. I will give 5. Now you can see successfully I am able to get the result. But if you see here, I am having slight change in the number. Again I will type. You can see 5, 4, then directly jump to 2, minus 2, minus 7. Why? Because each and every time it is not clearing the interval. So what I will do, whatever value I will be getting, I'm just going to assign to one variable. So here below this, I will be writing return. Then using this clear interval, I'm just going to clear my entire timer. And this we should be passing as arrow function. Okay, we are just returning this arrow function using which we are clearing our timer. I believe in JavaScript you have already understood about timer functions. Using clear interval, we are clearing the timer, and using set interval, whatever seconds we have specified, based on that a set interval is going to run. Now I'll come here, refresh once, I will give 6. Now you can see successfully my timer is running. After that, each and every time my timer is getting cleared and I am having this result. Once it reaches to 0, now it is going to stop. Before it was going to negative number, but now it will be stopping because this condition fails. I'm just going to clear my interval. So that is the reason once it reaches to 0, I'm just going to stop here. Again, I will refresh. Here I will be writing 3, 3, 2, 1, 0 and stop. Successfully, we have completed our 8th project. Let us start with the 9th project, Quiz Quest, and this is one of the big project in this entire series. So here I will be using Trivia Quiz API, and using that I am going to fetch 10 questions from the API. As soon as my application is mounted, here I am having this entire container where score is displayed, question is displayed, and 4 options are displayed. Now I'm just going to select on this. You can see if I select the wrong answer, below that I will have the wrong answer, and correct and wrong answers will be highlighted. Once I select the answer, after 1.5 seconds, directly I will be moving to next question. So that is the reason I have moved to next question. Now here I will select, again I have selected wrong answer. Here I will give true. Again I have selected wrong answer. I will select this. Again I have selected wrong answer. After finishing the quiz, I will be redirected to this page where my final score will be displayed, that is 0, because I have not given any correct answer, and my total score is 10. As soon as I click on this restart quiz, again questions will be loaded, but now this time questions are not fetched from the API. Why? Because let me show you. I will inspect. Now here I will have this error, too many requests while doing this fetch. So whenever we are fetching the API, at the same time we cannot do multiple requests. So that is the reason, in place of displaying any error, I have created mock questions. Once I am having error, this mock questions will be displayed on screen. Now here I will be selecting. Now you can see correct answer is displayed, and that correct answer will be highlighted with the color. And here I will be selecting this correct. Then I will simply select the wrong answer. I will get wrong answer, and accordingly correct and wrong answers will be highlighted. Here I will select this. I got correct. Now I was having only 4 questions. So my total score is 4, and I have scored 3 marks. So that is the reason I got 3 out of 4. And when I fetch the data from trivia questions, I will be having 10 questions. If the answers are correct, based on that, my score will be increased. If the answer is wrong, then my score remains unchanged. Again, if I click on restart the quiz, again questions will be loaded. Again, I cannot do multiple requests. So that is the reason mock questions are displayed. So using this concept, you can fetch any API data, and accordingly you can display the result. And let me tell you, this project will take lot of time. So you have to sit patiently and you have to understand each and every topic what I will be teaching. Here I have opened my project folder, and inside this projects I'm going to create the folder as project 9. Inside this, I will create the file quiz.js. Then from the starter folder, I'm just going to copy this, and inside this project 9 folder, I'm just going to paste. Now inside this data.js, if you see, I have given question, correct answer and incorrect answer. And this is the same structure which I am having in API. So in total, I have given 4 questions. Then inside app.css, I have given all the basic stylings. I will close. Here I will be writing RFCE. Here I will write H1. Simply I will write quiz. Then I will come to app.js, comment this, and below this I'm just going to render this component. As soon as I hit enter, quiz component will be imported from this file. Now here I am having this heading as quiz. Now first we are going to work on static structure. Here I am just going to import CSS file app.css. I will remove this entire thing. I will create div, and for this I will give the class as quiz-container. Inside this I will write h2, and for this I will give quiz-header. Here I will give the text as quiz quest. Then below this I will write h3, and for this I will give the class as score display. Here I will give the text as score, and by default I will give the value as 0. Then below this I will be creating paragraph, and for this I will give the class as question-text, and here I will write question. Below this I will be creating div, and for this I will give the class as answers container, and inside this I will be creating 4 buttons, button into 4, and for each button I will be giving the class as answer button. I will format the buttons. Let me select, and here I will be writing answer. I will give the space. I will give 1, then I will give 2, 3 and 4. Then finally below this div container I will be creating one paragraph, and for this I will give the class as feedback. Inside this I will give correct answer. Later, based on the condition, here instead of only displaying the correct answer, I will display either correct answer or wrong answer. Now here I am having this error. Let me just give a slash, save it, refresh once. Now you can see my default static structure is created. Heading is displayed, score is displayed, question is displayed, answer buttons are displayed, and by default I am having this correct class. Next, I will be working on the state. So here, first I will be creating the state which will be holding fetched questions, and second I will be creating the state for loading component. So here I will write const. I will give the state variable name as questions. Then I will give the setter function set questions is equal to use state, and whatever data we fetch from the API, that will be in the form of array of object. By default, I will not be having, because my data will be loading in the background. So here I will be passing empty array as the initial value for this question. Then below this I will be creating another state. Here I will be giving loading. Then I will give set loading is equal to use state, and by default my data will be fetched. So that is the reason default value I will be giving it as true. And if you see here, if I am using this useState hook, that hook will be imported from this React library. Now what I want, as soon as my application is loading, I just want to fetch my API data. And also once my application is loaded, I only want to fetch the data once. So for that I am going to use effect hook. Here I will be writing use effect. As soon as I hit enter, this got imported from React library. Inside this, I will be passing two arguments. First is the callback function and second is the dependency array. As of now, I will be passing empty array because I only want as soon as my application mount, this effect should be running once. And inside this callback function, I am going to write entire logic to fetch the data from API. So instead of using fetch function, what I will do, I will be using async await. So inside this, I am going to create the function fetch questions. You can also use fetch function, but here I will be showing you how to use async await. I will be passing arrow function. This is how we are going to create function inside this use effect hook. Now if we are using async await, using this try and catch block, we are going to handle the error. So here I will write try and then I'm just going to create this catch block. And inside this try block, I will write entire logic to fetch API data. I will just come here. I will write const. I will create the variable res and then I will be passing await keyword. Now I will be using fetch and inside this I have to pass API URL. So here in Google, just search for Trivia Quiz API and click on this first link. So here you will be having multiple options. Accordingly, you can select the category, you can select the difficulty level and also you can select number of questions. I will keep everything as default and I will click on generate API URL. Once I click, you can see API will be generated. I will copy, come to project and inside this I am going to paste. And here let me just correct the syntax. This is the arrow function. Below this I will write const. I will create the variable as data and here I will be writing await. Then whatever response I am having, for that I am just going to apply this JSON method. Now below this I am just going to log this data. And inside this catch block I will simply write here log. Then I am just going to write error fetching questions. Error fetching questions. So if I am having error, what I will do? I will be using mock data. As of now, I will not include mock data, but this is the error I want to show. And after that, simply I will just display the error. Now once it is done, as soon as my application loads, this effect is going to run. But inside that, we have created this async function. So what we have to do? Whenever we want to execute our functions, we have to call the function. So here I will copy this function and below this, below this I'm just going to call my function. I will paste the fetch questions. Okay. Similar way how we call the functions in JavaScript, same way you have to call the function. Now I'll come here, come to project, refresh once. I will just inspect. Now you can see I am able to get the response and inside this results I am having this 10 questions. Index is 0 based, so that is the reason my index is starting from 0 to 9. But my entire data is present inside this results. So here I just have to access data.results. Save it, come here, refresh once. Now you can see again I am having this error, too many requests. But previously you have seen inside the result we had 10 questions and successfully using this we will be able to access the question. So what I will do, whatever data I am having, I just have to update the data to this question state. And how I can update this question state? By using this setter function. I will copy this setter function and inside this I will just write here data.result, which is having entire array of object in which we are having 10 questions. So now this set question is having array of object data and that data will be assigned to these questions. And once the data is fed successfully, what I will do, I will just set loading to false. Again, to update this, I should be using this setter function. Inside this, I will be giving false. And here also, inside this catch block, first it will try to fetch the data. Once the data is not been fetched, only then I will be having this error. So after that, here also, I just have to make set loading to false. I'll come here. I will refresh once. So here again, I am having this too many requests. So when you are creating this project multiple times, if you are making requests to this API, you will be having this error. So you don't have to worry. What I will do here, I will write set questions. Once I am having the error, inside this, I will be passing this mock questions. I will write here mock questions. Before that, let me just open this data.js. And here you can see I have already exported this mock questions. I will copy and inside this I will be pasting. As soon as I hit enter, these questions will be imported from this file. So once I am having the error, instead of not displaying any data, what I will do, inside this set questions, I am just going to assign this data which I have created. So in total, I am having 4 questions here. So 4 questions will be rendered on my UI. So here mock questions directly I have passed because this is having the same structure array of object what we got using this data.result. I hope you understood why we are passing this mock questions. Now what I will do, if my loading is through, I just have to display the loading text. So here above this return, I will be checking for the condition. If my loading is through, then what I will do, I'm just going to write return. Then here I will write H3 and inside this I will write loading questions. Save it. Come here. As soon as I refresh, you can see that text was visible. Again I will refresh. Here I will be having loading question. Once my data is fetched, either it can be successful or it can be rejected. In any situation, I have set loading to false. So that is the reason this text has gone. I hope until this point you are very clear. Next, what I will do, I just have to get access to the current question. So here below this loading state, I will be creating another state variable. Here I will write current question, comma, I will give the setter name set current question is equal to use state, and as it is 0 based by default, I will give the current question value as 0. So that 0 will be assigned to this current question. So this logic you have to understand. Once my data is fetched, inside this set question, we are just setting array of object. So first object will be having 0th index, second object will be having second index, and it keeps on going. So what I will do now, I just have to access the current question. So here below this, I will create a variable question. Now my entire questions are present inside this questions variable. Why? Because using this setter function, we have already updated this question. Now this question is having array of object, and inside this I'm just going to pass this current question. And for this current question, value I have given as 0. So using this successfully, I am able to access the first object, and that entire first object will be assigned to this question. Let me show you. So this is 0th index. So using that, I have only accessed the first object from this entire array. And that first object will be stored inside this question. Second, I should also access the answers because inside the API, we will be having the same structure. So here I am having incorrect answer and here I am having correct answer property. So both the properties I have to access and I have to assign to the variable. So here I will write const. I will create the variable as answers is equal to. Now here I will be passing array spread operator, and from this question, why question? Because using this I have accessed the first object, and here in this question I have assigned. So now from this object I have to access this incorrect answers. I will copy, I will write here dot, then I will be pasting. So this question is nothing but object, and from that object I have just copied this incorrect answer, and using spread operator I'm just getting all this data. Then what I have to access from that object, I have to access this correct answer. Separate by comma, I will write question dot correct answer. So using this, what I will be having? I will be having array of 4 data. Below this, I will write log, and inside this, I will be passing answers. I'll come here, but as soon as I refresh, I will be having this error, cannot read properties of undefined. Why? Because again we are having that error, too many requests. So what I will do, only for explanation purpose, instead of giving data.result, here I will be giving mock question. Save it. Now come here, refresh this. Now you can see successfully inside this one array, I am having all the 4 data which I am having for correct answer and incorrect answer. Successfully using this entire logic, we have copied all the incorrect answers, and also we have access to correct answer, and we have stored inside this answers variable, and using this we are able to access only the first question. So that is the reason only the first object data is displayed. Now here I will remove. Now what I will do, I am just going to render this question and answers on UI. So here this is my paragraph where I have to render the question. So here I will enter into JavaScript mode, and inside this I will be writing this object, and inside this object I am having this property question. I will write here dot question. Save it. Come here. Now I am able to display what is React on my UI. Now accordingly I have to display all the answers. So here again I will enter into JavaScript mode. My answers are present inside this answers variable, and this is nothing but array. So what I will do, I am just going to use map method. I will write here callback function. Open this parenthesis, and inside this I will be pasting only one button, and rest all the 4 buttons I am going to remove. Inside this map method I will pass variable as answer. Copy this, and inside this I will be pasting. So first time it will be holding first index data, second time second index data, third time third index data, and fourth time fourth index data. Accordingly, entire data will be displayed here. So in place of this answer, simply I am just going to give answer. Now save. Come here, you can see all the options what I have given in my mock data, that is displayed here. And inside this map method, we can also pass the second argument, that is index. Why I am passing? Because whenever we are rendering the data in this way, we have to pass the unique key. So here I will pass key, and then I will be passing index. Now as soon as I refresh, I will be having the text as loading question. Then this entire container will be displayed where questions are displayed and all the options are displayed. Now I will come here. In place of this 0, I will give 1. Save it. Now inside this first index, I am having this who developed JavaScript, and accordingly I am having this 4 options. Now you can see accordingly that data is displayed. But definitely manually I will not be changing. Later on using logic we will be changing this entire thing, but as of now let me give here 0. Now let us work on handling the answer. So for this button, I will be adding on-click event handler. Here I will write on click, and inside this as a value I will be passing this function handle answer click, and inside this function I will be passing answer as the argument. Whenever I click for the first option, whatever answer I have clicked, that answer will be passed to this function. Now I will copy this function, and below this I'm just going to create this function const handle answer, and inside this I will be passing the parameter as answer. I will just open this curly braces. Now whenever I click on the answer, first thing I will be selecting the answer, and second I will be displaying the answer. So for that I will be creating two state variables. I will write here const, and inside this I will write selected answer. Then I will write set selected answer is equal to use state, and by default I will not be having any answer selected, so here I will give null. Below this I will be creating another state variable const, and inside this I will give show answer. Then I will pass set show answer is equal to use state, and inside this by default I will be passing the value as false. Why? Because as soon as my application loads, no answer will be displayed as well as no answer will be selected. But as soon as I click on the answer button, what I have to do, this selected answer I will copy, and inside this whatever answer I have clicked, that answer I will be passing it here. For example, I am having four options: JavaScript, HTML, React and CSS. I have clicked on JavaScript. JavaScript will be passed here, and using this setter function I am just updating JavaScript here. Once I update, this selected answer will be holding JavaScript. And what I have to do, once I click the answer, it should display whether it is correct or wrong. So I will copy this setter function, and here I will just make the value as true. Now successfully I have updated both the setter functions. Now I will come to this button. Now for this button, based on the condition, we are going to give another class. So this is our class name. I will just remove this double quotes, remove. Instead, I will be using template string. Then this entire thing I will be wrapping in JavaScript mode. I will just write here curly braces. And here I will just check for the condition. If show answer, what I will do, if this show answer, if it is true, then what I have to do, I just have to check for this condition. If my answer, whatever I have clicked, if it is equal to question dot correct answer, whatever property I am having inside this API, I am just checking if this show answer is true, then what I have to do, then I have to check whatever answer I have clicked, if it is equal to this question dot correct answer. Else what I have to do, I should not be displaying anything. But inside this we are going to pass nested ternaries. If this show answer is correct, which means I have clicked on the answer. If it is correct, then I am checking whatever button I have clicked, that answer is equal to the question dot answer. If it is true, then what I have to do, I just have to give the class as correct. Here I will be passing correct. Else, okay, this is the else part of this ternary operator, and this is the else part of this ternary operator. So if this is true, then I have to give the class as correct. I have already given the styling. So using this correct, whatever background color I have given, that will be displayed. Else, if it is false, then here what I will do, here I will give the class as incorrect. I will come here. Here I am having selected answer is not a function. Let me check. Here by updating directly I have passed this. Instead I should be passing this state variable. Now I'll come here, click on this. Now as soon as I click, what happens? All the wrong answers are displayed in red color, and here only the correct answer is displayed in green color. But what I want, whatever answer I have clicked, only that answer should be giving the background color, and the correct answer should be displayed as green color. So here what I will do, instead of directly adding this incorrect, here inside this I'm just going to check for another condition. Here I will write, if my answer, if it is equal to selected answer, whatever I have clicked, as soon as I click, I have updated using the setter function. So if my answer is equal to the selected answer, then I will be displaying the class as incorrect. Else, here I will be passing empty string. Okay, do not get confused, but let me show you. You can see I have clicked on this. So only this will be having the background color, and rest two will not be having background color. Again, I will refresh. I will click on this. Only for this I have clicked. So that is the reason. For this, I will have background color, and for main answer, I will be having this color. So let me explain you what I have done. So here, as soon as I click on the button, whatever option I have clicked, that option will be passed inside this function. So for that, I have created two state variable. First is selected answer, default value is null. Second is showing the answer, and default value is false. As soon as I click on the button, whatever answer I have clicked, that answer will be updated using this set selected answer, and that value will be passed to this selected answer. And here I am just giving set show answer to true. Now I will come here, based on the condition. First I am checking if this is true, which means I have clicked on the button. If this is true, then I will be checking for this. If my answer is equal to the question dot correct answer, so this is my question, and from there I am accessing this correct answer property. If both the values are true, then I will display this correct. Else, if my answer, if it is equal to the selected answer, then what I will do, I will just give the class as incorrect. So same thing I have done here. Now directly I'm just going to click on this. Only the correct answer will be displayed. But apart from that, if I click on any other option, that will be displayed as red color. So that entire logic I have written here. Now, if the answer is correct, I should display the text as correct answer. If the answer is wrong, then I should display the text as wrong answer. So below this, I will write here JavaScript mode. Here I will be writing show answer. If it is true, only then I have to display this paragraph. I will write here parenthesis, and inside this I am just going to display this paragraph. If this show answer is true, only then display the paragraph. If this show answer is false, then do not display the paragraph. Now I'll save it. Initially, show answer is false. Let me refresh. Now you can see that paragraph is not displayed. But as soon as I click on this, show answer become true, and this paragraph will be displayed. Again, I will remove this double quotes. Remove. And this entire thing I will wrap inside JavaScript mode, and here I will be giving template string. Inside this, here I will write if my selected answer, okay, whatever answer I have clicked, if it is equal to question dot correct answer, then what I have to do, I just have to give the class as correct text. Here I will write correct text. Else, what I will do, I will just give the class as incorrect text. Very simple. Whatever answer I have selected, if it is equal to the question dot correct answer, then give the class as correct text, or else give the class as incorrect text. Now I'll save it. Come here, refresh once. Now here I will select server. This is wrong answer. it is displayed in red color, but I have not changed the text. So that is the reason correct answer is displayed. But successfully I am able to give red color. Now I will select correct answer. You can see I am able to give purple color. So this class is being applied. Now conditionally we are going to render this text. I will just bring this down. Here also I have to write the same logic. I will copy this entire thing and here I will be pasting. If selected answer is equal to this question dot correct answer, then what I have to write? I just have to write correct. You can also write correct answer. Here I will write correct and here I will be writing wrong answer. So here inside this opening paragraph tag, we have added the class, but inside this we are adding this text. Now I'll come here. Now correct is displayed. Refresh. Click on this. Now wrong answer is displayed. Again refresh. I will click on this. Correct is displayed. So here we have added the logic to display the correct answer and to show the wrong answer, as well as based on the condition we have rendered different text and we have given different classes. But now what happens after clicking JavaScript? Again, if I click on some button, I am able to click. But I do not want this. Once the answer is selected, I just have to disable the button. So here inside this button opening tag, here I will write disable property, and for this I will assign the value as show answer. Once the answer is clicked, this show answer becomes true and my disabled will be true. Let me show you. Refresh this. Now I will click on JavaScript. But again, if I try to type on some other options, I will not be able to type. Why? Because now show answer is true. So that is the reason my disable property is activated and I will not be able to click. Here also, once I have selected the wrong answer, again I will not be able to select any answer and correct answer will be displayed and wrong text will be displayed. But now what I want, once I select the answer, after 1.5 seconds, I should be moving to next question. So here I will come here when we should be writing the logic. Once I click on the answer, I will be updating all this thing. Only then after selecting the answer, I should be moving to next question. So inside this handle answer click, below this I will just work on set timeout function. Here I will write set timeout, and inside this I will be passing two arguments. First is the callback function and second is the time. Here I will be writing 1500 millisecond, which is equal to 1.5 second. So after 1.5 second, what I have to do? I just have to move to next question. And how I can move to next question? Here, using this current question, we are just displaying zeroth index of the question. So now using this setter function, we can just increase the value of this index number. So I'll copy this. Here I will be pasting, and inside this I will be passing this callback function. Previous value is 0. So what I will do for this, I will be adding 1. So initially current question is 0. Now using this set current question, what I am doing, I am just adding 1 to that. So once I have 1 will be passed, and accordingly first object data will be displayed and it will be assigned to this question. You can see first object data, that is first index object data will be accessed and that will be assigned to question, and accordingly all the answers will be fetched and displayed on UI. Now I'll come here, refresh this. I will click on this answer. You can see after 1.5 second directly I have reached to the second question. But here the problem is, as soon as I move to next question, here already answer is selected. But now once the answer is selected, I will not be able to click and I will not be able to move to the next question. So what I have to do, inside this set timeout, For both this setter function, I have to set to default values. I will copy. I will paste here. For this setter function, I will give null because for second question, I should be selecting the answer and by default, it should not display anything. So here, I will pass default values. Now I'll refresh. Now I am inside the first question. I will select server, wrong answer. Now you can see I have moved to next question, but now no answer is displayed as well as whatever text we were having that is not displayed. I will click on this. I will have correct and again I will be moving to next question. Now let us work on this score. Here for score, I will be creating another state const. I will write score. Set score is equal to use state and inside this by default I will give 0. I will come down. In place of this, I'm just going to render this score. Save it. By default, it is still displayed as 0. Now what I want, as soon as I click on the option, if the answer is correct, only then I have to increase the score. So here, as soon as I click on this, inside this function itself, we have to write the logic. So here, below this, I will be checking for the condition. If my answer, whatever answer data we got while clicking the button, that will be passed here. So if this answer, if it is equal to inside my questions array, I will just access to this current question in whatever question I am having. From that question, if it is equal to this correct answer, only then what I have to do, I just have to update this score. Do not get confused. Whatever answer I have clicked, if that answer, if it is equal to this, from this questions array, I am accessing the current question and from that current question, if that is equal to the correct answer, only then I have to update the score. So I'll copy this, paste. Inside this, I will be passing callback function and here I will write previous plus 1. Now I'll come here, refresh this. By default, it is 0. I will give the wrong answer. Score is not incremented. I have moved to next question. I will give the correct answer. Now you can see score is increased. And after that, again I have moved to next question. I will select Paris. Now score is increased. Now finally, I have moved to last question. Here I am having what does HTML stands for. But now, as soon as I select the answer, after 1.5 seconds, it should be moving to next question. But in my mock questions, I am only having 4 questions. Now you just see what happens. As soon as I click on this, I will be having this error. Why? Because now inside this data.js, I am not having any questions to display. So it is not able to get any data and it is not able to display any data on screen. Here let me just bring this up. Below this, I will write if. Here I will be checking if my current question, if it is greater or equal to questions dot length. So in total, I am having 4. So if my current question, if it is greater than question dot length or if it is equal to question dot length, then what I have to do, I just have to render some other JSX. So here I will be writing return. Inside this, I will create div and for this, I will give the class as quiz container. Inside this, I will create h2. Here I will give quiz header. Okay, same thing, whatever we have given, I will copy and here I will be pasting. Then below this, I will write h3. Inside this, I will give the class as final score. And here I will write your final score. By default, I will give 2/4. And finally, below this, I will be creating one button. And inside this, I will give the text as restart. And for this button, I will give the class I will write here class name is equal to restart hyphen button, and here I will add restart quiz. Here I am having this error cannot read properties of undefined. So what I will do, these two lines I will copy, cut it from here, and below this I will be pasting. Now this entire data will be displayed. I will click on this. Paris. Then here I will give hypertext markup language. Now I will not be having any error. Instead, I will be displaying this container where final score will be displayed. Restart quiz button will be displayed. Now in static way, I do not want to display this final score. So whatever score I have got, I will just render that score. And for this final score, I will be writing questions.length. So whatever length I am having inside the array, that length I will be displaying. Now you can see I have scored 3. So here I will be having 3/4. Now if I click on this restart quiz, nothing will be working. I will refresh this. Now I will be coming to first page. But if I click on restart quiz, I will not be moving to the first page. So what I will do, inside this, I will be passing on click event handler. Here I will simply write this window.location. You can also use other ways, but here I will simply use this reload method. As soon as I click on this, directly I am just reloading my application. I will give JavaScript library. Then I will select this. I will be selecting Paris. Then I will select this. Now I have scored 4 out of 4. As soon as I click on restart quiz, my application will be restarted and I will be redirected to this screen. Now entire thing is completed. Now let me check if I am able to fetch the data. I will copy. In place of this, I will be pasting this data.result. I will come here. Now I am able to fetch. I will click on this wrong answer. Okay, I am just selecting the random options. Okay, finally I have scored 1. Now you can see in total I was having 10 questions. So total is 10 and I have scored only 1. So that is the reason 1 is displayed. I will click on restart quiz. But as soon as I clicked on restart quiz, again I am having that error. So what I will do, instead of displaying the error, here inside this try block, I will just catch that error. So here I will write if my response is not okay, what I will do, I will just throw this new error. Manually, I'm just throwing this error so that in my application, I do not want to show that undefined and something. Here I will write too many requests. As soon as I am having the error, manually I am throwing the error. Once I throw the error, directly I will be moving to catch block. And inside this, I am just giving this mock questions. Now you can see successfully I am able to display mock questions. I will refresh. Just focus here. I will refresh. It was able to fetch the data, but again I got the error. So that is the reason manually I have thrown the error and directly I will be jumping to catch block. Now last thing I would like to mention, maybe you have already noticed it. So for each and every question, always the answer is the last one. Again I will click. You can see the answer is the last option. Why? Because inside this answers variable, we are just accessing incorrect answer and after that we are just accessing this correct answer. So that is the reason each and every time this correct answer will be displayed at last. So what I can do, whenever we are fetching this answer, I'm just going to randomize or basically I'm just going to shuffle the options which we are having inside this array. So for that, I will be using sort function. Inside this, I will pass callback function. Here I will be writing normal math.random and I will just subtract the value by 0.5. You do not have to go into deep. Basically, using this sort function and inside this math.random, each and every time I am just going to shuffle the data which is present inside this array. I will refresh this. Now you can see whatever options I am having, those options are shuffled. Now my answer is here. After that, again it is shuffled. Now here I am having who developed JavaScript. I will click on this. Again it got shuffled. Here I will be selecting. Again it got shuffled. So successfully I am able to shuffle the options and I am able to get the result. I know this project is very lengthy and also it will take time to understand. Just give time for yourself and understand this concept, because once you master this project, you will be having lot of things to learn inside state. Successfully, we have completed our ninth project. Let us start with the 10th project, in which I will show you how to generate random colors. Here I am having hex value of the color, and whatever hex value I am having, that background color will be displayed. I will click on this button, generate color. Hex value will be changed. Based on that, background color will be changed. Again I will click. So whatever hex value I am having, accordingly I can generate the background color. Now step by step, I will be showing you how to generate this random colors. I have opened my editor. I will select this projects folder. Inside this, I will create the folder project 10. Inside this folder, I will create the file colorgenerator.js. Here I will write RFCE. Inside this, I will write H1. Here I will write color. Then I will come to app.js. I will comment this quiz component, and in place of that, I will just render this color generator. As soon as I hit enter, color generator will be imported from this file. Let me comment these two imports. Now, from this starter folder, I will copy this app.css, and inside this project 10 folder, I am just going to paste. Now here, I am having app.css. I will come here. Successfully, I am able to display this heading. Now inside this color generator, I am just going to import app.css. I will remove this entire thing. First, I will be creating static structure. I will create div. Inside this, I will give h2. Here, I will give color generator. Below this, I will be creating button, and here I will give the text as generate color. Finally, below this, I will create h3. By default, I will give white color. Save. Come here. Now, I am having color generator. I am having button, and also I have displayed this hex value, and I believe you have already seen for hex values before this data we are going to have this hash symbol. Now to display the color, I will be creating state const. I will give color, then I will be creating setter function set color is equal to use state. As soon as I hit enter, use state is imported. Inside this, I will give the default color as black. Now in place of this white, I will remove. In place of this, I'm just going to render this color. Save. Come here. Now you can see, now I am having black color displayed. Now what I want, whenever I click on this button, only then I have to generate the colors. So here I will be adding on click event handler. Inside this, I will pass generate color. Copy this function. Below this, I'm just going to create the function. First, I will be creating one variable. I will give the variable name as random color. So one by one, you should understand this logic. First, I will be writing math.random. Let me just lock this random color as well. I will come here and here I will inspect. I will click on this. Now you can see I am able to generate the random colors, and this random colors will be between 0 and 1. 1 will not be included. So whatever data I will be having in decimal point 0.99. Okay. In that way, I will be having my random number. Now what I want, whatever random number I am getting, I just want to multiply this number with the largest possible 6-digit hexadecimal number, and that is here I will write multiplication. I will give the number 1677715. Okay, this is the largest possible 6-digit hexadecimal number. Now I will save. Come here, refresh this. I will click on this. Now you can see accordingly I will be having this number. So using this, what I am telling, whatever random number will be generated, that should fall in the range of 0 to this number. Here if I give 1, 0 to 1, but here I have given this number. So whatever random number I will be having, that will be in the range of 0 to this number. But I do not want to display this decimal number. So what I will do, this entire thing I will wrap inside parenthesis, and here I will write math.floor. Save it. Come here. Refresh once. I will click on this. Now decimal numbers will not be displayed. This entire string I have to convert to hexadecimal string. Hexadecimal, for which we are going to have base as 16. So we can use toString method. For this entire thing, we will apply this toString, and inside this we will pass 16. Now save. Come here, refresh. Now if you see, I am also having the letters which we can use in hex values. So using this toString, we have converted the integer to hexadecimal string. Now whatever value I got, I just want to display in this format. Whatever value I get, before that I should be having this hash. So again, this entire thing I will be wrapping in template literal. Here I will simply write hash, open this syntax, and then at the end I'm just going to close. Save it. Come here, refresh once. I will click. You can see successfully I am able to generate these numbers. Now once I am having the number which is stored inside this random color, I will just update my setter function. Inside this I will be passing random color. Now whatever value I will be getting, that value will be set for this variable using this setter function. Now I'll come here. Initially I am having black. Click on this. You can see accordingly my value is updated here. But what I want, whenever I click on this button, I just have to change the background color. So here inside this div, I will be adding style attribute. Here I will give background color. And what color I have to pass? I have to pass the color value which is holding our hexadecimal color values. And also for this I will be giving height. Height simply I will be giving 100 view height, and entire text I just want to display in the middle. So here I will give text align to be center. Now this data is displayed. I will click on this. You can see successfully I am able to display the colors. And also whatever hexa values we are having, accordingly we are able to generate and we are able to display the color. Now let me show you. Let us verify. I will copy this hex value. I will just paste here. You can see successfully I am able to get the same color. Just experiment, try to get different values and try to generate different colors. Let us work on 11th project. In this, I will be showing you this search functionality. Here I am having title, I am having input field, and below this I am having the products which I have fetched from the API. Inside this I will write here rain. So whatever product is having this rain keyword, that product will be displayed. If I write here men, wherever I am having men, that products will be displayed. If I write here chain, only this product will be displayed. Why? Because inside this title, I am having this chain. So in this project, we are going to work on this search functionality. I have opened my editor. Inside this projects folder, I will be creating the folder project 11. Inside this, I will create the file projectsearch.js. Here, I will write RFCE. Inside this, I will write H1. Simply, I will be writing products. I will come to app.js. Below this, I'm just going to render this product search. As soon as I hit enter, product search will be imported from this file. I will come in this import, and from this starter folder, I will just copy this app.css. Inside this project 11, I'm just going to paste app.css. Now here I am having app.css where I have given all the basic styling. So first thing, I'm just going to import app.css, and now I will be working on static structure. So here I will create div, and for this div I will give the class as product search container. Inside this I will write h2. Here I will write product display. Below this I will be creating input field. Type will be text. I will just bring this down. Then I will be giving placeholder. I will give here search for a product. And also for this input field, I will be giving the class name search input. Then below this input field, I will be creating another div, and for this I will give product grid. Inside this I will write h4, and here I will be giving the title as product title. I'm just going to give dummy data. Below that I will write image. Inside this src I will simply pass image, and here I will be passing product image. Then finally below this I should display the price. So here I will write price, and by default I will just give $200. Save it. Come here. Refresh this. Now I am having product image. Product title is displayed, and here I am having product price. But now I am not getting the proper styling. Why? Because directly inside this div container I have added all these four things. So what I will do, above this I will be creating div, and here I will be giving the class as card. Copy this closing div, and below this paragraph I will be pasting. Now I will come here. Successfully I am able to display the card where I am having title, product image, and prices displayed. Now what I will do, I will be working on state, and I will be creating two state. One which will be holding entire questions which we fetch from the API, and second is for loading questions. So here I will write const, then I will be giving products. I will give set products is equal to use state. As soon as I hit enter, use state will be imported from React library. And for this, I will give the default value as empty array, because from API, when I fetch the data, it will be in the form of array of object. So later, when I update this products using setter function, that array of object will be stored for this products. Below this, I will be creating const loading. Then I will write set loading is equal to use state, and by default my data will be fetched. So here I will assign the value as true. And when I want to fetch the data, as soon as my application mounts, I just want to fetch entire data. So same logic of use effect which we have seen in our quiz project. So below this I will be writing use effect. As soon as I hit enter, it will be imported from React library. Inside this, I will be passing two arguments. First is the callback function. and second is the dependency array. Now inside this, I'm just going to create the function. Now inside this, I will be creating the function. I will write here const. I will give fetch products is equal to arrow function. Inside this, I will be adding this try and catch block. Here I will be passing error object, and here simply I'm just going to display this error fetching the products. And here inside this, I will create one variable const res is equal to, I will be using await. Inside this fetch function, I have to pass API URL. Now I am using await. So what I will do, I will just make this function as async function. So here I have to pass async keyword. Now in Google, just search Fake Store API. Click on this first link, scroll down, click on this products, and from here I will copy this link. And inside this, I will be pasting that link. I will create another variable data. I will use this await keyword. Whatever response I am having, for that I'm just going to apply this JSON method. And inside this console, I just want to display this data. Now, after creating this entire function, what I have to do? To execute this function, I have to call the function. So below this, I'm just going to call this function. So this is how we are going to create the function, and below that I'm just going to call this function. Now I will just inspect. Now you can see successfully I am able to fetch array of 20 objects. So whatever data I am having inside this products API, I am able to fetch entire data and I am able to display in console. Now instead of displaying in console, whatever data I got, I just have to assign the data to this product state. And how I can update this? By using setter function. Below this, I will write set product. Inside this, I will be passing data. I will remove this console. Now that entire array of object will be assigned to this product state. Now in both the situation, if my data is fetched successfully or if I am having error, what I have to do? I just have to set loading to false. So below this, I will be writing set loading, then I will be writing false. I will copy and here I will be pasting. But if you see, we are repeating it 2 times. So whenever we are using this try and catch block, we are having one more block, that is finally block. So inside this, whatever code we are going to write, that will be executed in both the situation. No matter it is successful or if we are having error, it will be executed or it will be displayed in both the situation. So here set loading is set to false in both the situation. Instead of writing twice, only once I'm just going to paste inside this finally block. Again, I will be having the same effect. Okay, successfully we have fetched the product, we have updated our state variable, and also we have updated our loading variable. Now what I will do, if this loading or if my products are getting fetched, then I just have to display this text. Here I will write if loading. What I will do, below this I will just write here return. Then I will be creating h3, and for this I will give the class as message. Here I will write loading products. Save it. Come here, refresh this. Now if you just notice here, first I will be having loading products. After that, this entire content will be displayed. Once the product is fetched, then set loading will be set to false. So that is the reason once my products are fetched, this content will not be displayed. Instead, I will be having this content. Now whatever products I am having in console or whatever products I have updated for this products, I just have to display in UI. So this inner div container, I will be wrapping in JavaScript mode. And here, instead of giving the card, I will give products card. I will write here product hyphen card. Save it. Now I am having that proper card styling. So you have to give product card, and this entire div container I have wrapped in JavaScript mode. Now I will write here products, which is having array of object. Then using this map method, I'm just going to loop through entire object. Here I will be passing product, arrow function, open this parenthesis, and inside this parenthesis, I will copy this entire div, and inside this I will be pasting. Now if I show you, you can see 20 cards will be displayed. Why? Because in my API, I am having 20 data. So 20 times it is going to loop using map method, and 20 cards will be displayed on my UI. But now in place of this remove, here I will be writing product dot title. And this title is nothing but the property which is present inside the API. You can see we have title, we have image, and also similarly we will be having price. So here inside src, remove this entire thing. I will write product dot image. Then finally I will be writing product dot price. Save it. Come here. Now you can see title is displayed, image is displayed, as well as price is displayed. Now inside this div container, I will pass key, and here simply I will be passing product.id. Save it. Why ID? Because for each and every project in API itself, we are having ID. So I'm just accessing the ID. I'm assigning the unique value to this key. This is the entire same logic which we have already seen in quiz project. Might be I have done little bit faster, but take your time and understand how to fetch API data. Now what I will do, this input field I will be making as control element. So for that I will be creating another state. Here I will write const. Inside this I will be writing search term. Then I will be writing set search term is equal to use state. Inside this I will be passing empty string. I will just come to this input field. Here I will be writing value. Value is equal to search term. Now whenever I type something inside this input field, onChange event handler will be fired. So here I will be writing onChange event handler, event object, and using this set search term, I just want to update the value. I will write e.target.value. Save it. Come here. If I type here, I am able to type, and whatever value I am typing, that value will be updated using this set search term, and that value will be assigned to this search term. Now, what I have to check, whatever data I am typing, if that data is available inside this title. If it is available, only that product should be displayed. If it is not available, then those products should be filtered out from this list. So here above this, I will be creating one variable. I will write filtered products is equal to my array is nothing but products. Now I will be using filter method. Inside this, I will be passing callback function. Here I will pass product. So first time it will be having first object, second time second object, third time third object, and it keeps on going. So first time first object data will be stored for this product, second time second object data. So from this product I will just access title, product dot title, and whatever title I have accessed, I'm just going to convert to lower case. So here I will write to lower case. Then I will be using another method includes. Inside this, I will just write my search term. Whatever data I have entered inside the input field, I will write his search term, and that data I'm just going to convert into lower case. So here what I'm doing, I'm just accessing the title from object, and that title I am converting into lowercase. And what I am checking, whatever data I am having here, if that data is included inside this search term. And this search term also I have converted to lowercase. If it is included, it will be returning true. And using this filter method, whichever data is returning true, only that will be present inside the array. Rest all the data will be filtered out. Suppose imagine, so from here for this product title, I have accessed women jeans and that women jeans will be converted to lowercase. And inside the input field, I have typed women and that woman will be converted to lowercase. Now inside the title, I am having woman. So it will check if it is including that term. Yes, it is including. So that data will be present inside this array. And whichever object is not matching, that is simply going to filter it out. Now this filtered products will be having filtered data. So here in place of this products, I'm just going to pass my filtered products. I will save. Come here, refresh this. Now you can see I'm having all the products displayed. But here, as soon as I write men, wherever men I am having, only those products will be displayed. You can see here I am having men, here I am having men, here I am having men. Okay, no matter if we have in between, then also product will be displayed. I will be writing women. All the women products will be displayed. If I write here chain product will be displayed. So successfully we are able to filter the products and that products we are going to assign to this new array. But now if I type something, now this data is not present inside this list. So what I have to do, if the data is not present, then simply I have to display the message no products available. So this entire div container I will be wrapping in JavaScript mode, and here I will write the condition if filtered products dot length, if it is equal to 0, which means I am not having any product inside this filtered products array. If it is equal to 0, then I will just open this parenthesis. I will write h3 message. Here I will write no products available. Else write this, again open this parenthesis, cut it from here, and below this I'm just going to close the parenthesis. Now save. Come here. Now you can see I'm having this message no products available. As soon as I load the application, I will have that loading products. All the products are displayed. Here I will be writing cotton. Only these two products are available. Now I will just give some random data. This product is not available. So I will be having no products available message. Successfully, we have completed this search functionality project. Let us start with the 12 project. In this, I will be creating simple to-do list. But now, this time, instead of using use state, we are going to use reducer hook. Here I am having input field and below that I am having add button. Inside this, I will be adding pack apple. Click on add, data will be added and here I will be having complete and delete button. Here I will write pack back, click on add, data will be added. Along with that, I am having complete and delete button. If I click on delete, data will be deleted. But if I click on complete, I will be having strike and also my content of the button will be changed to undo. So this entire project I will be creating using the concept of use reducer hook. I will open editor. Inside this projects folder, I will be creating the folder project 12. Inside this, I will be creating tasklist.js and also I will be creating another file task.js. Then from this starter folder, I will copy app.css. And then inside this project 12, I'm just going to paste app.css. Now here I am having app.css where I have given all the basic styling. Inside this task list, I will write RFCE. Here I will write H1. I will simply display task list. Come to task.js. Here I will write RFCE H1 and here I will be writing task. I will come to app.js. I will come in this product search. Below this, I'm just going to render task list component. As soon as I hit enter, task list is imported from this file. Now, inside this browser, task list heading is displayed. First, I'm going to work on static structure and here I will be importing app.css. Remove this entire thing. I will write diff and for this I will give the class as task list container. Inside this I will be creating form and for this form I will give the class as task form. And action attribute I do not need, so I will be removing that. Inside this form I will be passing label. Inside this HTML I will write task input and here I will give the text as add task. And also for this label, I will be giving the class name. Class name will be task-label. Then below this label, I will be creating input field. And for this, I will give the class as task input. Type will be text. Here I will be passing the ID. Exact same value what I have passed for HTML for same value I will be passing it for ID. Then finally, I will be creating placeholder. Inside this, I will write enter your task. Then finally, below this input field, I will be creating button and for this button, I will give the class as task submit button. And here I will be writing add. Save it. Come here. Now I am having this container. Heading is displayed. Input field is displayed and this add button is displayed. And finally, below this form, whatever task I am adding, that should be displayed below. So here I will create diff and for this I will give the class as task list. Inside this I will be creating diff and for this I will give the class as task item. Inside this I will be creating span and for this I will give the class as task name. Here I will write task 1. Below this I will be creating button and for this I will give the class as task action btn as well as I will give complete btn. Then inside this, as of now, I will only pass complete. Then finally, below this button, I will be creating another button. For this also, I will be giving task action btn and I will give the another class as delete btn. Inside this, I will give the text as delete. Now I will come here. Now I have displayed dummy data. I am having task 1, complete button and delete button. But now for this entire thing, multiple times I will be adding the data. So same structure will be displayed. So what I will do, this entire diff container, I will copy, cut it from here and inside this task list, I'm just going to paste. Now here, I will simply render this task component. Hit enter, task component will be imported from this file. Now you can see again, I will be having the same result. Now next step, for this input field, I will be making as controlled element. So here below this, I will write const. Then I will be writing task name. Here I will write setter function set task name and by default, I will just assign as empty string. Now multiple times we have seen the same concept. So you should be aware of this exact recipe. Here I will be passing value. Inside this, I will be passing task name, and whenever I type something, on change event handler will be fired. And inside this, I'm just going to update this setter function. Here I will write e.target.value. Save. Come here. I am able to type, and each and every time whenever I am typing, on change event handler will be fired, and that dated value will be assigned to this task name. Now I am going to work on this handle submit. Here, as soon as I click on this, my form is submitted, and whatever data I have entered, that data will be gone. So here, for this form, I will be passing this on submit event handler. Inside this, I will pass the function name as handle submit. Copy this function. Below this, I'm just going to create this function. First, what I will do, I'm just going to prevent that default behavior. And this event object, I will be passing it here. Save it. Come here. I will type the data. Now, if I click on this, my form will not be submitted, and whatever data I have entered, that data will be displayed. So now, basically, what I want, whatever data I enter, as soon as I click on this, data has to be added in the form of task. So for that, I am going to use reducer hook. Here above this, I will be using use reducer. Inside this, we will be passing two arguments, reducer function and initial state. And this is going to return array. So directly, I'm just going to destructure. Here I will be passing state, and for second, I will give the variable as dispatch. So this is the syntax of use reducer, inside which we are going to pass reducer function and initial state as argument, and whatever data we are getting from this function, directly we are just destructuring. So for this state, whatever value we are having inside this initial state, that value will be assigned to the state. And if you are not aware of this use reducer hook, then I have created complete course on use reducer. You will be finding the link in the description, because in that course, using 9 project deeply, you will understand about this hook. Now first, I'm just going to create initial array. Above this, I will paste initial array. Initially, I will not be having any data. Basically, I will not be having any task. So initial value I will assign as empty array. Then below this, I will be creating reducer function, and this reducer function will be taking state and action as its parameter. Inside this, for each and every action type, we have to dispatch the action. So here I will be writing the first case. Before that, here I will be writing switch. Inside this, I will pass action.type. Here I will write case. If my case is add task, then what I have to do? As of now, let me just return alert. Here I will be writing hi. Then I will be passing default case. If my type is not matching, then what I will do? I will simply return my state. Whatever current state I am having, I am just going to return that state. Refresh this. Now I am having this result. As soon as I click on this, no alert is displayed. Why? Because I have simply created reducer function. Inside that, I have returned the logic, and I am telling if my action type is add case, only then I have to return this alert. But whenever we are using this reducer function, this entire logic will be performed only when I dispatch the action. So here, inside this handle submit, I will be writing dispatch. Inside this, we are going to pass object as its argument, and this object is nothing but an action. Here first property, we are going to pass type, and type is nothing but this exact same thing, add task, copy and paste. Once we dispatch the action, it is going to go to the reducer function, and inside that, this case is getting matched, So what I'm doing, as soon as I click on this button, I'm just going to return hi. Come, click on this. You can see now I'm having this alert. Why? Because I have dispatched the action. If no case is getting matched, then default, I'm just going to return my state. Now I will remove this entire thing. I will be giving array. First, what we have to do, we have to copy our entire state, and then I will be creating this function, create new task. Inside this, I will be passing name as its argument. I will copy, and below this, I'm just going to create the function. Here, I will be passing the parameter name. As soon as this case is getting matched, I am just copying my entire state, and here I am just calling this function. As soon as this function is called, what I will do, I am just going to return the object. So this entire object will be stored inside the array. Inside this object, what properties I want? I want ID. Here I will write date.now. Then I want name. I will simply pass the name which I have entered. Then finally, I will give complete property. Initially, I will give false. So inside this return, as soon as this function is called, I'm just going to return this object which is having these three properties. But now the problem is here I will be having unexpected use of name. Why? Because this is the additional information we are passing while dispatching this action. Why? Because inside the input field, we will enter some data. That data is the additional information which we have to add inside this object. So here inside this dispatch, I will be creating payload property. If you want to pass any extra information, you will be passing this payload property inside action. And for this payload, I will assign object. I will give the property as name. And for this, I'm just going to give my task name. And this task name is nothing but whatever value I have entered in my input field, that value will be assigned to this name property which is present inside this payload. Now here, instead of directly passing the name, what I have to do, this is nothing but our action. From this action, I'm just going to access payload, and inside payload, I am having this name property, action.payload.name. Now I will come here. You can see that error has gone. So it is very important to understand this entire data. As soon as I am dispatching the action from this payload, I will be getting that extra information. So that name, okay, basically that task will be passed to this function, and here task will be passed, and as an object, I am just going to return. Now below this handle submit, let me just log this state. Now I will inspect this. Now initially my state is empty. So here I will have array of 0. Inside this I will add pack apple. Click on add. You can see inside the state this object is added where I am having ID, I am having name, and I am having this completed property for which we have assigned the value as false. So successfully this add task is working. We are able to copy entire state, and using this we are able to add the new state. So now this add task is working. We are able to add the new object inside this state. Again here I will be writing pack mango. Click on add. Now you can see whatever previous state I was having, that is copied because we are using spread operator. So I am having 0th index, and inside this first index I am having my new data, that is pack mango, and each and every time I will be having different ID. Now whatever data I am having in console, I just want to display on my UI. So here I will come, this entire thing I will be wrapping in JavaScript mode. Now my state is nothing but array, and for this I will be using map method. Inside this I will be passing task, I will write here arrow function, and then I'm just going to open this parenthesis, and inside this parenthesis copy, and here I will be pasting this task. Save. Come here. Now two tasks will be displayed. Why? Because inside my state I have added two objects. Again I will click on this. Now I will be having three tasks. But I do not want the static data. Instead, now inside this task, first time it will be holding first object, second time it will be holding second object. So this entire task I will be passing as a prop. And also for this I will be giving key. Key simply I'm just going to assign task.id. Now I have given the task first time first object data, second time second object data. Now I will come to task.js, and here I'm just going to accept prop. Directly I'm just going to destructure the prop. So here I will be writing task. Now inside this task I am having name. I will remove. In place of this I will write task.name. Save it. Come here. Now you can see I am having packed apple, packed mango, and here I am having packed mango. So successfully, whatever data I have entered in my state, I am able to access the name and I am able to display on this task list. But here, if you see, after adding, the data is not getting cleared. And also, let me clear this. If I click on add without filling any data, again, that empty data will be inserted inside the state and name will be empty. So that is the reason new task is created. So we are going to handle that. Here, before dispatching, I'm just going to check for the condition. If my task name dot trim function, using this trim function, we are going to remove extra spaces from right and left. After removing, if it is empty, then simply we are going to return. We are not going to perform any operation, which means we will not be dispatching any action. Simply, we will be returning it. Now I'll come. I will click on this. Now you can see without filling any data, I will not be able to add. Basically, I will not be able to dispatch the action. Now I will be writing the data. I will click on add. Successfully, I am able to add the data. But the problem is this field is not getting cleared. So again, I just have to update this setter function. Below this, after dispatching, I am just going to set to empty string. Save. Refresh once. I will remove all the data. Pack apple. Click on add. Now you can see after adding, this input field is cleared. Now here I will be working on this complete button. As soon as I click on this complete button, I should be changing the text as well as I should be having strike for this text. So here, as soon as I click on the button, I have to dispatch another action. But this entire task is present inside this task.js. So here we are not having access to dispatch function. So again, inside this task list, we will be passing dispatch as a prop. Here I will be writing dispatch. Inside this, I will be passing dispatch. I will copy this, and inside this task list, I am just going to accept this dispatch. Now for this complete button, I will be adding onClick is equal to here as an arrow function. I will just write here dispatch. Inside this, I will be passing object, and this object is nothing but our action. I will give the type as toggle task. But here we will be having multiple tasks. So whatever task I click, for that task, we have already given the ID. So here as a payload, I will be accessing the ID. For this payload, I will just write here object. ID will be task.id. Because inside the object, we are also inserting the ID, and each and every time we are going to get unique ID. So whatever task I click, that ID I am just passing to this payload, which will be present inside this ID property. I will come here. Now once I have dispatched the action, inside this switch statement, I should be adding another case. Here I will write case. My action type is this one, toggle task, copy, and here inside this I will be pasting. Below this I will write return, and my state is nothing but array, and inside that I'm just going to apply this map method, and here I will be passing task, arrow function. Here what I will do, I will be checking if my task.id, whatever object we are having inside the state, each and every time this task will be assigned to that object. So from that object, if this id is equal to action.payload.id, okay, the id which we will get from this complete button, the id which we get from the task which we have clicked, if it is equal to action.payload.id, then what we have to do, before that, here we are writing multiple lines of code. So instead of parenthesis, we should be using curly braces. And here also I will be giving curly braces. If it is equal to this one, then what I will do, I will be writing return. I just have to return this object inside which I will copy my entire task which is having the object. I will copy entire task. Inside this, I only have to update this complete property. Initially, it is false. As soon as I click on this, I just have to make it as true. So here, I will write not task of complete. Okay, I hope you understood the logic. I'm just copying entire object. Why? Because inside that, I am having ID and name properties. And only thing I am updating is complete property, and whenever I click, if it is false it will be changed to true, if it is true it is going to change to false. I'll come here, inspect this. Now you can see, now I have added pack apple. Initially my completed is false. I will click on this, open. Let me just open this. Now you can see my completed becomes true. Again I will click on this complete button. Now my completed become false. So if it is true, I will be changing it to false. If it is false, I will be changing it to true. Now once we are having this entire logic, I will come inside this task.js, and here in place of this, I will write task.complete. I will simply write task.complete. If it is true, then what I have to display? I just have to display undo. If it is false, then I have to display complete. Save. Come here, click on this. If it is true, I will have undo text. Let me just close. If it is false, I will be having complete text. So using this task.complete, I can access the value of complete property. If it is true, give the text as undo. If it is false, give the text as complete. And finally, I should be working on this delete button. Again, here I will be adding on click. Here I will be writing dispatch function. Inside this, I will simply write action type. Here I will be giving delete task. Then I'm just going to pass payload. Payload is nothing but object, and inside that I will be passing exact same thing, because using this for that particular task I can access the ID. I will copy this delete task. I will come here. Now below this I'm just going to create the case. Case. Now here I will be doing return state dot filter method. Inside this, I will be passing callback function. Here I will be writing task, and here I will mention task.id. If it is not equal to action.payload, if it is not equal to action.payload, only that item will be present inside the state. If it is equal, then that item will be removed from the state. Suppose for ID 3, I have clicked and I am having ID 1, 2 and 3. So first time 1 is not equal to 3. Yes, it is. So it will be included. Second, 2 is not equal to 3. Yes, it will be included. 3 is not equal to 3. The condition fails and that will be filtered out. So that is the reason 3 will be removed from the state. And here I should also access the ID. I will simply write payload.id. Now I'll come here. Click on this. Now you can see successfully ID is getting matched and I am able to delete the data. Now one thing I forgot to mention, whenever I click on this complete button, I should just write this text. I am able to change the text, but I am not having the styling for this text. So here inside this span, this entire thing I'm just going to wrap in JavaScript mode, and here I will be writing template string. And conditionally, I'm just going to render the class. Here I will write if my task.complete, if it is true, then simply I'm just going to display this complete class. Else, I do not want to display any class. Whatever default class I have given, only that class will be applied. Now I'll come here. Now you can see my task.complete is true. So now I am having this result. Again, I will click on this. Now I will be having this result. So this project you will only understand if you have understanding on use reducer hook, how to create reducer function, what is state, how to dispatch action, what are actions, what are action types. Once you have the clear understanding of that, easily you can create this project. Now successfully we have completed this task list project using our use reducer hook. This is our 13th project, image gallery. Here I have displayed some images. Inside this I am having select field and here I am having the value as all. Once I display all, whatever images I am having in my application, all the images will be displayed. I will click on this. I will click on nature. Only nature images will be displayed. I will click on animals. Only animals images. And finally, if I click on flower, only flower images will be displayed. I will click on all, then all the images will be displayed. Now, we are going to work on this image gallery. Inside this projects folder, I will be creating project 13. Inside this, I will be creating one file, imagegallery.js. Here I will write RFCE, and inside this I will be writing h1 and simply I will be writing image. I will come to app.js. Below this I'm just going to render this image gallery. As soon as I hit enter, image gallery will be imported from this file. Now from this starter folder I will copy app.css, and inside this project 13 I'm just going to paste. Then again inside the starter folder I am having all the images which I will be using in this project. I will only copy all the images. Inside this project folder, we have this public folder. Inside that, we are having assets. I'm just going to paste all the images. Now I will come here. Inside this project 13, I am having app.css, and inside this public, inside assets, all the images are pasted. I will come here, remove this entire thing. Here I'm just going to import app.css. Here I will be creating static structure div, and for this I will give the class as image gallery container. Inside this I will write h2, and here I will be writing image gallery. Below this I will be creating select, and for this I will give the class as category select. From here I will remove this name and ID. I do not need. Inside this I will be creating 4 options. And for this first I will give the value as all, and for second I will give the value as nature. For third I will give the value as animals. For fourth I will give the value as flower. And inside this first I will give the text as all. Copy nature, I will be pasting. Animal, I will be pasting. Flower, I will be pasting. Then finally, below this select, I will be creating another div, and for this, I will give the class as image gallery grid. Inside this, I will write div, and for this, I will give the class as image item. Inside this, I will write image. As of now, I will just display this image. I will just come outside of this. Then I will come inside this assets folder, and inside that I am having flower1.jpg. And finally, below this image, I am just going to display paragraph, and here I will give image title. Now here image gallery is displayed. This select field is displayed, and I am having this image, and below that I am having title. Now next, for this select field, I am just going to make as controlled element. So here above this, I will be creating state. I will write selected category, comma, set selected category is equal to use state. As soon as I hit enter, this will be imported from React library. And initially, I'm just going to give empty string. And here inside this, I will be passing value. Value is equal to selected category. Let me just copy this selected category, and inside this I will be pasting. Then here I will be writing on change event handler. Inside this I will give event object. Then using this setter function, I'm just going to update the value e.target.value. Now here inside the select field, I will be able to select the values. Why? Because each and every time when I update the values using this onChange event handler, I will be able to access the values. Now what I will do, I will be creating one images array. Above this, I will write const images is equal to array. Inside this, I will be passing object. First property, I will be giving src. For this exact same value I will copy, and inside this I will be pasting. I will be coming out of this folders. Then I will come inside assets, and then from assets, first I'm just going to access this nature1.jpg. Okay, the images which we have pasted earlier, I'm just giving the image name. Then second property, I will be giving category. Category, I'm just going to give nature. Then finally, I will be giving title. Title, I will give nature image 1. Whatever title you want, you can give. But here, I will be giving title. I will give nature image 1. I will separate by comma. Copy this 5 times. Inside this, I will give nature 2. And here, I will write nature image 2. Then here, I will write animal 1. Category is animals, and then here I will write animal image 1. I will copy this, paste it here. I will change it to 2. I will give the category as animals, and here I will write animal image 2. Same thing I will be doing for flower. Flower 1, copy, paste. Here I will give 2. Paste, copy, paste. Flower image 1, and here I will write flower image 2. Successfully, I have created array of object inside which I have given src property, category property, and title property. Now this entire data I am just going to render on my screen. So this is my entire div container where I am displaying the image and I am displaying title of the image. So this entire thing I will be wrapping in JavaScript mode. I will just come down. Here I will be writing my images array. For this, I will be applying map method. Inside this, I will write image as well as I will be giving index. I will just give the callback function. Open this parenthesis. Inside this, I will just copy this entire div, and inside that I am going to paste. First time, this image will be having first object data. So I will remove this entire thing. I will remove entire thing. Instead, I will be writing image, and from there I just have to access src property, which is having our entire images part. Then here inside this I will write image. From there I will be accessing title. Let me remove this double quotes. As well as for this div I will be giving the key. I will simply pass here index. And then for this image title I will remove. Here I will write image dot title. Successfully, I am looping through my array and I am displaying this div containers. Now as soon as I come here, all the images and whatever title I have given inside the images array, entire thing I am able to display. But now here if I select all the data has to be displayed. So here inside this use state, by default I will be giving all. And what is this all? Inside this option, for this value, whatever data we have passed, I am just passing that value. If it is all, then I have to display all the images. So how we can write that logic? Below this, I will be creating one variable. I will write filtered images is equal to, here I will be writing selected category. This is nothing but now it is all. If I select nature, this selected category will be holding nature. If it is equal to all, then what I have to do, I just have to display images. As soon as my application loads, this use state will be having all. So I'm just going to display all the images which is having this entire data. Else, what I will do, I'm just going to filter out the images. So from this array, I will write filter. Inside this, I will be passing callback function. I will write image. And from this image, I am just going to access this category. I will write here image dot category. If it is equal to selected category, only those images I have to display. Basically, what I am doing, from this array, I am just accessing the category. And here category is nature. And if my selected value is also nature, then only that data will be present inside this new array. Now I will copy. In place of this images, now I'm just going to pass this filtered images. I'll come here. Now I have selected nature. This condition is getting matched. Category is also nature and the selected category is also nature. So that is the reason only nature images are displayed. But as soon as my application loads, I will be having all and all the images will be displayed. I will click on nature images, click on animals, animal images, click on flower images will be displayed. So using this simple logic, you can create this amazing gallery. For this, you can create separate file, you can import the file based on your requirement, you can fetch the data from API. Accordingly, you can generate this image gallery. Successfully, we have completed our 13th project. This is our 14th project, simple authentication system. Here I am having username, here I am having password, and below that I am having login button. Inside this username, I will give some random data. As soon as I click on this login, I will have this alert, invalid credentials. I will click on OK. Now, both the input fields are cleared. I will be giving Khanam. Password, I will be giving password. Click on login. I will be redirected here where username will be displayed and below that I am having logout button. As soon as I click on this, again I will be redirected to this login page. Now we are going to create this project. I have opened my editor. Inside this projects folder, I will be creating project 14. Inside this, I will create authentication system.js. Here I will write RFCE Inside this, I will write h1, I will write system, I will come to app.js, I will come in this image gallery. Below this, I'm just going to write authentication system. As soon as I hit enter, this component will be rendered from this file. I will come in this. Now, from this starter folder, I will copy app.css. Inside this folder, I am just going to paste. Now here you can see this title is displayed. First thing, I am just going to import app.css, and now I will be working on static structure. Remove this entire thing. I will create div, and for this I will give the class as authentication system. Inside this I will write h1, and here I will write authentication system. Below this I will be creating form, and for this I will give class as authentication form. I will remove this action attribute. Inside this form I will give div, and inside this I will be creating label, and for this I will simply write username. I do not want any HTML, for I will be removing this. Below this label I will be creating input field, and for this I will give another attribute required. I will copy this div container. Below this I will be pasting. Here in place of this username I will be giving password. Then finally below this div container I will be creating button, and for this button I will keep the text as login. I will come here. Now you can see I am having this container where I am having username and login button. Here let me just change the class. I will give container, save it. Now here this form is displayed. Now I will be working on the state. So both the input field I will be making as controlled element, and here I will change the type. I will give password. Below this I will be creating const, and for this I will give the state as username. Setter function as set username is equal to use state, and by default I do not want anything, so I will be passing empty string. Same thing I will copy down. Here I will be writing password, and inside this I will be writing set password. Then again I will just assign to use state, for which I will be giving empty string. Now inside this input field I will be passing value. Value I will assign as username, and then on change event handler, same thing, I will be passing this event object. Now I have to update the username by using this setter function e.target.value. Now same thing for this input field as well. I will be writing value is equal to password. Then below that I will be writing on change event handler. Inside this I will be passing event object. Here I will be writing set password e.target.value. So now I have made both the input field as controlled element. I will type something, click on login. Now you can see by default my entire form is submitted. Now here I will type some data. As soon as I click on login, my form is submitted and all the data from the fields are removed. So now we are going to handle on submit event handler. So here inside this form I will be passing on submit, and here I will write handle submit, or you can also write handle login. I will copy, not here. Inside this I will be pasting. Copy, and below this I will be creating this function. Here I will be passing event object. Inside this I will simply write e.prevent default. I am just going to prevent the default behavior. Now I will click on login. Now you can see my form is not submitted, and whatever values I have entered, those values are still present. Now to check if I am logged in or not, for that I will be creating another state variable. I will write here const. Inside this, I will write is authenticated. Then I will write set is authenticated is equal to use state, and by default for this I will assign the value as false. Now inside this handle login function, I will be checking if my username, if it is equal to Khanam, and if my password, if it is equal to password, you can give any values. If this username is equal to Khanam and if this password is equal to password, then this set is authenticated. I will be set to true, which means successfully I have logged in. Else, you can also display any data here, but here simply I will write here alert. Inside this, I will pass invalid credentials. Save it. Come here. I will type some data. As soon as I clicked on login, this data is not getting matched with the data I have provided. So I will be having invalid credentials. But now I will be passing Khanam, and here I will be writing password. I will click on login. Nothing happens, as well as I am not having any error. But if something changes, I will be having invalid credentials. But as soon as I clicked on OK, this input fields are not getting cleared. So here, after that, this set username, I will set to empty string. Same thing, I will just write here set password. And for this also, I will set to empty string. Again, I will refresh. I will write some data. Click on login, invalid credentials. As soon as I clicked on OK, both my input fields are cleared. Now here, if this is true, that means I am logged in. If this is false, then I am not logged in. If I am logged in, then I should be displaying welcome page. If I am not logged in, then I should be on the same page. So this entire form, I will just wrap inside this JavaScript mode. And here I will write, if not authenticated, then what I have to do? I just have to display this form. I will open this parenthesis, and here I will be closing parenthesis. Else, again I will open parenthesis. Inside this, I will write div, and here I will give the class as welcome container. Inside this, I will write h2. I will write welcome, and here I am just going to display username. Below this, I will be creating button, and here I am just going to write logout. Save. Come here, refresh once. Here I will give some data. Click on login, invalid credentials, and is authenticated is false. So this form will be displayed. Now here I will write Khanam. I will be writing password. As soon as I clicked on login, is authentication is true, and I will be redirected to home page. Once it is true, using this not, we are converting to false, and we are just displaying this else part. Then finally, we are going to work on this logout functionality. Here I will be writing on click. Inside this, I will give the function name as handle logout. I will copy this, and below this function, I'm just going to create. Inside this, what I will do, I'm just going to set is authenticated to false. Once it is false, then what I have to do, I just have to display the form. Not a false will be true, so this entire form will be displayed. I will save. Come here, refresh this. I will give the correct name, Hanam. Here I will give password. Click on login. Now I will click on logout. I will be redirected to this page where form is displayed, but here still values are present. So again inside this, what I will do, I will just copy this, and here I will be pasting. Once my form is displayed, I do not want any data to be displayed on my input fields. Again I will come, refresh once. I will give Khanam. Here I will be giving password. Click on login. I am redirected to home page. Click on logout. Here form is displayed. Inside this input field, no data is displayed. Successfully, we have completed our 14th project. Now we are going to work on last project, multi-step form. Inside this, I am having container, I am having step, and here I am having input field. Below that, I am having next button. Here I will enter the name Hanam. Click on next. I will be redirected to another section. Here I will enter email hanam@gmail.com. Here I am having two buttons, next and back button. I will click on next. If I click on back, you can see I will be redirected to this section. Again, if I click on back, I will be redirected to name section. Next, next. Inside this, I will give the address Mysore. Click on next. I will give the country India. Now I am having back button. You can see if I click back, I will be moving to previous section. If I click next, I will be moving to next section. And in the last section, instead of next button, I am having submit button. As soon as I click on submit, form will be submitted successfully, and whatever data I have entered inside the input field, I am able to access all the data and display inside this container. So now we are going to work on this multi-step form project. Now here inside this projects folder, I will be creating project 15. Inside this, I will create the file multistepform.js. Here I will write RFCE. Inside this, I will write H1 and here I will write form. I will come to app.js. I will comment this. Below this, I'm just going to render multi-step form. As soon as I hit enter, multi-step form is imported from this file. Now, from this starter folder, I'm just going to copy app.css. And inside this project 15, I'm just going to paste. I will open app.css. All the styling is present, what we will be using in this last project. I will close this. Come here, this form heading is displayed. I will remove this entire thing. First, I am going to work on static structure. Below this, I am just going to import app.css. Here I will create div, and for this I will give the class as multi-step form container. Multi-step form container. Hit enter. Inside this I will write h1. Here I will give the title as multi-step form. Below this I will be creating form. I will remove this action attribute. I do not need. Inside this form I will be creating one div, and inside this div I will be writing h2. Here I will be writing step. I will write here 1. I will give the title as personal information. Below this h2, I will be creating label. Inside this label, I am just going to pass name. I do not want this HTML for, so I am just going to remove. Below this label, I will be creating input field. For this, type will be text, and here I will be giving this name attribute, very important. And after that, I will give required. Below this, I will be creating button. Inside this, I will give next. And here for this button, I will give the type as button. If you want, in place of this, you can also give the class, because in CSS, I am selecting the button using this type attribute. I'll come here. Now, this multi-step form first section is displayed. I am having input field, and below that I am having button. Now this entire div I will copy. Below this I am going to paste. I will give 2, and here I will write contact information. Inside this I will be passing email. Here also I will be giving colon, and for this type I will be giving email. Name will be email, copy and paste. But here, as soon as I move to next section, along with next button, I also want back button. I will just copy this, and here I will be writing back. Save it. Come here. Now below that I am having step 2, contact information, email, next button and back button is displayed. Again, I will copy this div container. Below this, I will be pasting. For this, I will give step 3. Here, I will write address. And inside this also, I'm just going to pass address. Here, type will be text. Name will be address. And finally, for this also, I will be having next and back button. Again, I will copy. Below this, I will be pasting. This is nothing but step 4. And here, I will write country. Inside this, I will copy country. Here, I will be pasting. Type will be text and name will be country. Now, instead of next button, I want submit button. Here, I will write submit. And for this submit, I will give the type as submit. And this submit button, I want below this back button. I will just get it down. I'll come here. Section 1 is displayed, section 2, section 3 and section 4. Now once static structure is done, we are going to work on state. So below this, now what I want for each and every input field, I have to make controlled element. So for each and everything, I do not have to create separate state. Instead, let me show you what I will write. I will write here const. Inside this, I will write form data, comma, set form data is equal to use state. As soon as I hit enter, this hook got imported from React library. Inside this initial value, I will be passing it as object. Now inside this, I will write name. By default, it will be empty string. Separate by comma. Then below this, I will be writing email, empty string. Separate by comma. Then below this, I will be writing address. For this also, I will be passing empty string. And finally, I will be writing country. Here also, I will be passing empty string. So successfully, I have created the state, and inside this object, I have passed empty string for name, email, address and country. So initially, for all this, I have just assigned empty string. Now what I will do, for all this input field, I will be passing the value. Value. Now where our value is present, inside this form data, our value is present. Now this form data is nothing but object, and inside that we are having all these 4 properties. So how we are going to access the property? Here I will write form data dot name. Okay, for this name field, in this way I will be writing object dot name. I will copy this, come to email, I will paste, and here I will be writing form data dot email. Below this I will come, here I will write form data dot address. Finally, below this, I will be pasting form data dot country. Save it. Come here. Now, if I try to type something, nothing will be happening. Why? Because by default, I have assigned empty string to these values. Now, what I have to do? I just have to use onChange event handler. But for each and every input field, I have not created separate state. So what I will do, I am going to create function for this, because in all the input field, I have to follow the same recipe, and whatever data I am typing, that data I should access and I should assign to these variables. So here for this input field, I will be writing onChange is equal to, inside this I will be passing the function handle change. I will copy this onChange. Inside this input field, I will be pasting. Then again inside this input field, I will be pasting. And finally, inside this input field, I will be pasting. And here, let me just correct it. It should be country. So now, once this onChange event handler will be fired, basically, when I start typing, this onChange event handler will be fired. So below this, I'm just going to create the function onChange event handler. First, inside this, I will write event object, and here I'm just going to log e.target. Save it. Come here, inspect. I will refresh once. Now here inside this I will just write. You can see I am able to type. I am able to get the target element where I am typing. Inside that I am having name, and also inside this I am having value attribute. Again for this I will be typing something. For this type is email, name is email, value is empty. Again I will type name is address, value is still present, and for this also name is country and value is empty. So successfully we are able to get the target element, and e dot target is nothing but it is an object. So what I will do, from this e dot target I am just going to access name and value attribute. Below this I will be writing const. I will write here name, and also I am just going to access value. I am just doing object destructuring, and I am getting name and value properties from e dot target. And from where I am getting from e dot target. Now below this, what I have to do, I just have to update my form data. So here I will be writing set form data. Inside this, now basically inside this form data, I am having object where I am having values for all the input field. So here inside this, while updating, first I have to copy entire form data. Directly, if I update the value, then I will not be having result for all this thing. Instead, whatever data I am having, I just have to copy entire data. Then separate by comma, and here inside this square bracket, I will be writing name colon value. Now directly, if I just do in this way, I will be having error because this form data is nothing but an object. So this entire thing I will just wrap inside object. Okay, in this way you have to update the value. So basically this name is nothing but name attribute which is present inside the input field. For example, for this email field, I have typed hanam@gmail.com. So using this name, I will be able to access this email, and value will be hanam@gmail.com. And this square brackets around this name is used to allow dynamic property names. That is, the value of the name will be used as a key. So that is the reason we are passing in square bracket. Now here, let me just change it to capital D. So in this way, we are just going to update the state. Whatever previous data I am having, I am just going to copy, and only thing I am accessing is value which I will be getting from e dot target. Previously, what we used to write e dot target dot value, but now I am accessing name as well as value so that I can get name of the correct input field. I'll come here. I will click on this. Now you can see, now I am able to type. So successfully our on change event handler will be fired. And also I am getting proper result, and wherever I am typing that particular input field I am able to target. I will remove this log. Now I am just going to create another state for step. Below this I will write const step. I will write set step is equal to use state. By default I will just pass 1. Now I am having next button and back button. Whenever I click on next button, I just have to increase the value of step. If I click on back button, I just have to decrease the value of step. So here inside this next, I will write on click, and then inside this I will pass next step. I will copy this function, and below this I'm just going to create. So here what I have to do, directly I just have to update the step. So here what I have to do, I just have to increase the value of step. I will write step default value step plus 1. Default value of step is 1. Step plus 1 I will be having 2, then 3, then 4, and it keeps on going. Now same on click I will copy. Inside this next button I will be pasting, and inside this next button I will be pasting. Now similarly for back button, I will paste, instead of next, I will write previous step. Copy this on click, and inside this I will be pasting, as well as inside this I will be pasting. I will copy this function. Below this I will write, and here I will write previous step. Here what I have to do, I just have to decrease the value by 1. Now successfully we have written the logic for button. I will come here. If I click on this, nothing happens. Why? Because inside the same section or inside the same page, I am just displaying this entire container. I do not want this. First, I should only display the first section. As soon as I click on next button, only then I should be moving to next section. If I click on back button, I should be moving to previous section. So here what I will do, this is my first div section. I will just wrap inside JavaScript mode, and here I will be writing step. If my step is equal to 1 and an operator, this entire thing I'm just going to wrap inside parenthesis. If my step is equal to 1, then display this section. If it is not equal to 1, then display other sections. I'll come here. Now my step is equal to 1. This first section is displayed, and whatever sections I am having below, all the sections are displayed. Now as soon as I click on next button, what I am doing, I am just increasing the step value by 1. As soon as I click on this, that first section will not be displayed. Instead, I am having second, third and fourth section. And also in place of these values, I will just write a step. I will copy. Here I will be writing step. Here I will be writing step. And finally, here I will be writing step. Same logic again. This second div I will be wrapping in JavaScript mode. Here I will write, if my step is equal to 2, only then render this div section. Same thing, I will just select this, wrap in JavaScript mode. If my step is equal to 3, and operator, wrap this entire thing in parenthesis. Finally, last if container, here I will be writing, if this step is equal to 4, and open this parenthesis, and below this I'm just going to close. So if my step is equal to 1, only then display this section. If my step is equal to 2, display only this section. If my step is equal to 3, display only this section. And if my step is equal to 4, display only this section. Now you can see my step was 2, so that is the reason second section was displayed. Now I'll come here. Step is 1. Step is 2. I will move to next section. Step 2 is displayed. Step is 3. I have moved to address section. Step 4. I have moved to country section. Again, if I click on back, this back button is also working fine. Now last thing, we are going to work on this submit button. Basically, we are going to handle submitting the form. Here I will write on submit event handler, and inside this I will just pass the function name as handle submit. Copy this function. Here I'm just going to create the function. First thing, I'm just going to prevent default behavior of submitting the form. Here I will write e.prevent default. Now what I will do, once I submit the form, I have to display another section where whatever data I have entered inside the input field, I have to access the data and I have to display in that section. So for that, I will be creating another state. Below this, I will write const. I will write is submitted. Set is submitted is equal to use state, and initial value I will be giving false, because initially as soon as my application loads, I will not be submitting the form. Once I enter the data, only then I have to submit the form. So once I click on this, what I will do, I'm just going to update the value to true. Below this, I will just write here true. Here I will write if is submitted is true, then inside this I'm just going to return another section. Here I will write return. I will create div, and for this I will give the class as submitted. Below this I will be creating another div. For this I will give the class as submit success. Below this I will write h1 form submitted successfully. Below this I will write h2. Here I will write enter details. And here I will create UL. Inside that I will be writing LI. In total I want 4 LIs. I will write 4. And inside that I just want strong tag. Inside this strong tag I will write name. Then I have to display email. Then I have to display address. Then I have to display country. And here I will access form data dot name. Okay, whatever value I have entered inside the input field, that I am accessing, and I am just displaying the data here. Copy, paste. I will just change it to email. I will paste. Here I will write address. Here I will paste. I will just write country. Save it. Come here. Refresh this. Here I will give the name Khanam. Click on next. I will give the email khanam@gmail.com. Click on next. Address I will give Bengaluru. Click on next. Country I will give India. Click on submit. Now you can see I am having form submitted successfully and entered details are Khanam@gmail.com, Bengaluru and India. Successfully I am able to access all the values which are present inside these input fields. Finally, we have completed all the 15 React projects. I hope you learned something from this project and you enjoyed creating these 15 projects. If you are having any doubt, you can ask your doubts in comment section, and also you can provide the suggestion on the topics which I have to create. That's all for this entire tutorial. Thank you so much for watching this complete course. I will see you in the next course.